we moved to Illinois so I could go to school in a non-segregated school.
And this is the influence of your mother and grandmother.
My grandmother. Ultimately, though, it was pushed by the Depression, right? The Depression, we lost everything we had, 3 farms and all that sort of thing. This is why you see Howard County, Missouri, where I was born, right? But then everything was lost, and as a result of the Depression, and then we moved into the house in town, which was in Boonville. And that's why you get that, right?
Yes.
Then somebody burned, a fellow burned because of the religion of my grandmother, burned the house in Boonville.
What was the religion of your grandmother?
See, I knew that would work. See, here's the thing, is my grandmother was a very religious person in the Church of God in Christ, right? And she refused to let a man down the street in a common law marriage put this very nice woman out into the streets. And it was a kind of a snowy day at that, right? And she was coming up the street, and when my grandmother found out, she told her to come on into the house, right? And so she was making certain that she would be all right. Her common law husband was angered by it all, and came in the middle of like 3 o'clock in the morning, and and went in the basement, or in the lower level it really was, because that's where you kept the coal in those days, and you kept the wood, and really fine wood that you could start fires with, right? He started a fire under the house, and it happened to be under my bedroom. And my grandmother was out screaming my name in the middle of that morning because of the fire. I awakened, ran to the door of my bedroom, or of the bedroom, looked out, and looked straight through the house to the front door was open, and I ran back and jumped in bed. It's kind of in a happy mood, right? Kind of something was all right about it, but it was strange, it was different, and I liked the idea. And then there was some sound in her voice that was panicky, and I jumped out of bed and shot right through the house. They say that about 20 minutes after that, my room fell into the fire below. Saving me, right? Well, after that, the family decided that they had nothing left. Plus the fact, it's strange what happens. Depressions create more divorces than you could think. Men could not stand what happened to them. Everything taken away, everything they'd worked for their lives. They would wake in the morning, they had nothing. They didn't know what to do, right? And it created crises all over. That whole period is filled with divorces, right? And both my mother and grandmother ended in divorce. Well, the women said that this was the time to move out of a segregated society. And they moved into Macomb, Illinois, but they moved there because there's a university there. And they knew that no matter what happened, I could go through college. And that was a dream, particularly of my grandmother, right? But the family, her brother had gotten to go to college, and Lincoln University in Missouri, right? She had not, and she was really fulfilling her desire through me by making certain that if we moved to a college town, that could happen, right? And so those two women made certain of it. That move they made was I was just entering the first grade. I was 6 years old, right?
So that's in 1930.
1930, right? And just as, and that made the difference in the rest of my life. If they had not decided to do that and do it, I don't know really what would have happened to me.
So your childhood is marked by conflict, not only of racism to move, but conflict with the Depression and influenced by strong women.
That's exactly right.
Who wanted to move you into a college.
That's it.
College town in Illinois.
Yeah, that's it.
Now, the next moment I would like to jump to is that it seems that you were a pioneer in the sense that in a way, you tried out the civil rights techniques early to see how they would play in Peoria.
That's right.
As the phrase goes, that you had a sit-in in Peoria, Illinois, in 1947 when you were a very young man, long before 13 years before the Greensboro sit-ins.
Yeah.
How did that come about?
Yeah. Well, see, here's what happened: is that I was we had. Well, let me tell you the whole story. Is I had gone back to Peoria, or to Peoria actually, in order to work, in order to go back to school, to go back to Western. I dropped out, went to work, and it was in Peoria. Well, Ben Alexander, who was a chemist there, he and I became friends. So I was living at a huge house he had, and there was 3 of us there, a medical doctor, and myself and Ben, right? And Ben was involved with a church group that was basically a white church. You have to still say that, whether it was North at that time or not, right? And he wanted me to join him in direct action out of CORE, as that
the Congress of Racial Equality, which had started in World War II in 41.
Yeah. See, is the in 41, and this was important because it was really the commission on, I think, at first, right, as a part of the church. Then Jim Farmer started there and in Chicago. Well, we began to get material from him a couple of years later, right? And the techniques that had been formed by CORE is what we used to open up the restaurants and lunch counters in Peoria, Illinois after that. In fact, Jim and I were in jail together in Jackson, Mississippi, and we talked about that same thing.
Oh, well, we'll have to get to that.
Yeah, okay.
So after this early experience in Peoria, it's not too many years later than that, in 1954 or thereabouts, that you met and married your wife, Octavia. Can you tell the story of how that came about?
Yes, in fact, I love to tell the story. In fact, there were very few black professionals in that period, right? Yes. And so whenever one would come to town, others would have a party for that person, right? And my wife came to Peoria to be a women's director and girls director at Carver Community Center. Carver Community Center was the largest community center for African Americans between Chicago and St. Louis, all right? And she came to be in charge there. We had a party for her, and I met her at that party and found out that within a couple of weeks she was going to have a birthday. So I called her after the party the next couple of days and let her know that we were too nice of people to allow someone new to sit around in their room, and that I would love to take her out so that she could enjoy herself on her birthday, right? Well, and she finally agreed, and so we did. And we were, and from that time on, if you saw one, you'd see the other. So 1 year from that day, we were married. So that day, and I know better not to give it, all right, February the 22nd became for us her birthday, anniversary of her first date, and our wedding anniversary, all in one day.
On George Washington's birthday,
that's
too.
Exactly right. It's so terribly important.
And
Just a technical thing, if you could pause just a little bit after he finishes answering, so we would edit there.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just jumping ahead a little bit, because your wife Octavia later became a biographer of Coretta Scott King and friend of hers in the movement. Could you tell us just a little bit about her background as you learned it after you met her?
In fact, that is one of the good things. The reason that she had a chance to come to try out for the job was because the person that came to head the center, all right, his name was Harper, had been the director of her community center during the summers when he was a student at one of the Michigan universities. She was from Pontiac, Michigan, right? And a group of wonderful young people gathered around during that period there in Pontiac. And they had their own newspaper. They knocked on doors. The local African-American doctor led them, and they registered people to vote. They got people out to vote. They were involved in all kinds of activities in the community. Anything that came up that the doctor was concerned about, they were all involved in it, right? And that group of young people continued as part of the city. In fact, my wife said one day she was going to go back and become mayor. Well, one of her group did become mayor of Pontiac. It was that kind of group, and their intensity of it was very important. Her father's minister was a Morehouse man, right? So that history follows us. But she was then part of opening a lunch counter in Peoria, Illinois. Okay, is that her pastor had them to go out to Ted's trailer, and got them in the car, took them out to Ted's trailer, which was a drive-in. They were used to going to Ted's trailer, but never inside, right? And so they didn't know it was segregated. And they would serve you in the car, but they wouldn't serve you in the place. Well, when he took these young people out, a group of them, that the idea was to make certain they ate inside. They tried to hand them a bag with their stuff in it. He went back to one of the tables. They gathered around, and they split open the bag and sat there and ate like human beings should have the opportunity to do. Is that the word got out? Of course, he put it out as fast as the town, right? And it already worked. So people began to come and park their cars and go in and eat, right? That opened that up entirely. But so she had been a part of these kinds of activities before, and they were just perfect for me. I was trying to start a newspaper there, because journalism was my minor. I just found that they didn't teach me enough about advertising. So I didn't last long. Journalism demands much, if not more, advertising and knowledge of than writing itself. Being an English major, I thought all you had to do was write. Came to find out it was a bit larger than that, especially if you own the newspaper. So I didn't own it long.
Well, before we jump to the South in your career, I'd like to ask you one question.
Sure.
Because a lot of people today, all these years later, young people tend to think that all the African Americans involved in the civil rights movement grew up like Dr. King in the South.
Yeah.
But here, both you and your wife, one from Missouri and Illinois, the other from Michigan, are people in the North. So I'd like to ask you two questions. Did you have people from the South, and what in both of your families? In other words, where did they come from?
Oh, I see.
And then what drove you back down to South to Nashville?
That becomes an important question that we who were young did not come to until much later. But my wife's folks were really from Arkansas, right? They had come north to work. Her father had, right? And it was a large family, and a couple of the others of them also came. He was the older son, and they came. So it ended up there was 3 or 4 of them in Michigan, most of them in Detroit. The father went to Pontiac, and that's where my wife was born, right, as a result. But the history of that is interesting because where they were in Arkansas was rice country. And my wife, as a result, happens to know, and it's part of the tracing, that rice was a science that was unknown or was not well known here in the United States. So when they told, but her great-great-great-grandfather was a person who knew rice culture. He was told that if he would, that he could come to the United States and that they would take care of he and his family. No sooner they got on board ship, they made them slaves. So when things were much better, they made that move to on up north. That's how her family got there. My family got there, as I was telling you earlier, right, is because they had lived in Missouri and grew the whole family, 3 generations, both my father and my mother. My grandfather was a teacher, right? Became a principal of schools. He got fired, though, because he was teaching black kids algebra, and the white school board didn't know algebra. So they fired him for teaching black kids algebra. But that's how we really came first to the country and then to the north from the south. To further the meaning of your question is that everybody north thought they were better than it was for those who were still south, right? And thought that things were so much better off north than south, right? And which gave the beginning of an expression we used, up south, right? Is because even then, as I was coming through school, that was an understanding. At first, we didn't want to admit that things were that bad where we were, but later on had to face the fact that it was bad enough to be no more than up south. For instance, why we opened the lunch counters in Peoria, Illinois, was around the understanding that we could go into a restaurant, one restaurant in downtown, the only one we could go in and sit and eat. It didn't have a sign that said that you had to eat in a particular place, but we all knew that if we went any other but that part of the restaurant, we would be asked to move. So we naturally went there, right? But always there was that thing is you want to change that. dislike for it. So when this opportunity came to that Jim Farmer had produced in Chicago, then we did the same thing. So but there was those years which you mentioned between us and coming south, coming back south. But had we who came south not helped start a great movement, there probably never would be the population moves that happen.
I'd like to jump back just one more little question, because on your wife's side, you went all the way back into slavery with the rice grower.
Yeah.
Does your family go back before Missouri? Do you know anything before that?
No, in fact, I think we were there for 2 or 3 generations. In fact, I have paintings and photographs of 3 generations of my family. Well, 4 generations of them really, but my great-great-grandfather was in slavery, right? And he left slavery to join the Northern armies. And when he came back after winning it, right, he came back to Boonville, Missouri. And when he came back to Boonville, he refused to take the name of his former, I hate the word owner, I must admit, in the middle of the civil rights movement, I began to call them murderers, not masters. And then as a result of that, it began to think a whole different way. But I can trace 4 generations back to slavery in Missouri.
You said that he refused to take his name.
Yeah.
What name did he take? What name was he, and what name did he take?
He took his wife's name, which I like too, because that showed that we had no prejudice either way, right?
So what were those names?
Tyndall was my mother's name, all right? And I'll show you the whole thing and take pictures later, but my mother's name is that her name was Woods, all right? So that was the family name on the other side. Tyndall on one side, Woods on the other.
And what was the name he refused to take? Do you know?
I didn't know that. I've never found that out.
And where did Vivian come from?
Vivian came as my father's name. You see, was Vivian, right? It's as the family moved through its generations, right? And so there was the Tyndalls, the Vivians, and the Woods. In fact, the most interesting thing, I've looked all over the country for Vivians, and it wasn't until about 4 years ago, I've even gone to Vivian, Louisiana, right? Found that there'd been a great number of Vivians there in Monroe, Louisiana, and that we lost everything we had there because of Louisiana Purchase. As soon as the United States took over Louisiana Purchase, they took the land and so forth, and went to graveyards. Went to a graveyard in Vivian, Louisiana, where the family tombstones. I couldn't find Vivians. I went all over the United States looking for Vivians that connected. In Iowa, near the Missouri border, I found a Vivian family, we couldn't make any identity in terms of the move. Then a man about 4 years ago called me and said, I've been wanting to do this and I'm traveling through and I'd like to meet you. And so we got together. He had 2 of his daughters with him, and we all got together and just sat around and talked. Well, he shows up every now and then. He's a minister, by the way. but he's done about 4 things. He's also a minister, right? And he comes every now and then. He was here about a month ago, but it was the only Vivian that I had met. Then so I went to a funeral that he was telling me about, and I met several other people who were related to Vivian's.
So you are carrying the legacy to some degree in your own family of the famous statement that after slavery, it is by choosing a name that we first placed ourselves into the world.
Yeah.
Because your names in the family are to some degree choice, and in some way it makes it harder to trace, but more interesting to trace.
Precisely right. This is one reason my great-great-grandfather, I really appreciate, because he refused to take a slave name, right? Now, my grandfather, my great-grandfather Woods, right? He might as well be a Woods, right? In fact, although it's the family name, one of the sons is really his father. You can tell when you look at the pictures how different in color everyone really is.
Let's shift to your move to Nashville in the 1950s. How did that come about from Illinois to move with Octavia, I presume, to Nashville?
Yeah, because now there's a long story and a short story of this, but the thing is, I want
the good story.
Is that we got married there, right, in Peoria, Illinois, and and I was working for Helen Gallagher Foster, a mail order company, when I got my call to ministry, and I thought I'd go to Colgate, Rochester, and my final year of college, Western, is I had been picked to go to Colgate, Rochester. They picked what they call the Hot 100 every year. You know, they across the country they picked them, had invited you in and paid all the bills and had you to come, and they set up a 2-day thing, hoping then that you would come back. Right? And I had made my choice to go to Colgate, Rochester, but when I got to call to the ministry, I found out that my pastor had already been saving money for me to go, right? But to go to a school he was on the board of, which was in Nashville, right? And as a result, that's where I ended, in Nashville. And I often think that had I made up my mind I was going to Colgate, Rochester in spite of, I was going to wait till I got the call to ministry. People had always told me in my hometown I was going to be a minister. I'd even tried to bring the 3 black churches in my town together to create one good, solid church, right? And so they always knew me as that kind of person. But but then I wouldn't go because I had not been called to ministry. The calling came in Peoria at Helen Gallagher's place. And then when that call came, and that's a story that my wife was involved in a way that you should hear, because a good deal of all the movement was deeply religious, and that's not a core idea that has been carried through and should be, right? When I got the call to ministry, as I said, I wanted to go to Colgate, Rochester, but I was on my way to American Baptist Theological Seminary in Nashville because of how everything happened. So I go there, and I've often thought if I had gone to Colgate, Rochester, I would have missed my life, because the connections and the attitudes and the actions of going to American Baptist made it possible for me to be involved in the movement. It was, and if you notice is that I ended with Martin King, but that even before that, in Nashville, Kelly Miller Smith was pastor of First Baptist Church and the leader, the natural leader of the movement, right, was a minister, right, when you look at the people, Bernard Lafayette and Jim Bevel and any number of others of us, John Lewis, right? We were all at the seminary, right? And when we came out to struggle for freedom there, the leadership was from religious side of life. In fact, basically all over the country that was true. Because you see, Martin had called ministers together to form SCLC, of which Kelly Miller was one of those Kelly Miller Smith was one of those that was called to that meeting. When I first came to Nashville, he had me to preach for him. And that was First Baptist, and that was the intellectual church of the community, right? And so he and I were very good friends. So when he came back, he called a group of ministers together. There started only with 3 of us that really heeded the call, right? And to form SCLC in Nashville, and it grew to 6. But half of those were not pastors in the town. Half of those were in one of the other publishing houses in the town, right? But then once they saw what the movement was all about, once the movement really got underway, then, boy, all the ministers joined us, right?
Let me ask one more question about this calling. You've mentioned it several times.
Yeah.
A lot of people in modern life may think that a call to the ministry is on the phone and somebody tells you that you're going to be a minister. Explain to the world and posterity how a call came to you.
That's very important.
In Illinois.
And especially because I was one of the persons that didn't really totally believe in a call, yet I said I was going to wait until I got one. It seemed a little backward in one sense to me, right? But it happened. I was walking across the floor at Helen Gallagher, and it's where everything was being packaged. It was a mail order company, and I was walking across the floor, going up toward the front. At the time when it seemed like that the roof opened, right? And I heard, I want to work for you 8 or 10 hours a day. But it was booming voice that came, right? And I all of it I don't totally understand yet. Because how could those be the words, right? But they were. And then things just disappeared. But it seemed like it came right through the ceiling, right through the roof, really, of that part of the building. And I turned around me because I wondered how everybody else was taking this. Because it was a booming sound. There was no way you could not hear it, as far as I was concerned. It filled me, right? And I turned around and everyone was just about the regular business. I can see a woman now that I don't remember her name by any means, but I see a woman now. She was just packaging. It was one of the regular people there. Oh, they had about 50 or 60 people that did nothing but package all the time, right? And she was one of them that was always in my memory. And I turned and she was just about packaging the thing, whatever the gift was, right? She was packaging it. And then I walked on up to the front. Well, now, as I said, my minister had been money for me. He had come to the place, and Helen Gallagher had given him a gift for me to go to college, right? Now, an interesting thing, though, is I got a letter last year, right? I got a letter last year signed by Helen Gallagher Foster, but the letter was sent to me by a woman who was her neighbor, right? And she told me in the letter that she had gone over to Helen's house and found that she had had a stroke and died there in her kitchen. But she had written me this letter, and she had told the woman about me, so she knew who I was, right? And so she found out where I was and sent me the letter. That's one of the last things she did, and we had not talked to each other in all of those years.
What did the letter say?
Well, the letter was so thankful that that I had done well and all of that sort of thing. And she'd kept up with me through the years, and every time I came to Peoria and all that sort of thing, right? But I hadn't even gone back to the place, even as the few trips that I made back to Peoria, I had not. But she. And it was one of those kind of mysterious kinds of things, is that here a person dies, the same morning she's writing me a letter, and it would have been the only letter that she would have written during all those years, right? And it would have been the only time we would have communicated, but we both remembered each other quite well. In fact, I still got a piece from Helen Gallagher Foster's shop. It was really Helen Gallagher's, and Foster's a young man who came on much later, and I have it right there on the stand as you come in the front door. Not because of Helen, but it was a gift that I still had from there.
Helen Gallagher's mail order company
Yeah.
in Peoria, Illinois, mail ordered what kinds of products? It reminds me that our museum is collecting artifacts from places like this. So I'm just curious a little bit about what it was.
One of her very important sales was of things with roosters on them. All right, glassware, all kinds of things to put flowers in, things for the kitchen, all kinds of things, right? Would have that sign on it. Helen Gallagher Foster advertised through all of the Home and Garden and House Beautiful and all of the great house magazines of that period, both the lower ordinary and the high class, and you could tell a great difference, all right, between House Beautiful and some of the others, right? But that's how she advertised.
So was she selling to an integrated white market and black market?
I'm glad you said that, because that's why I was there. What I wanted to do was to start an African American mail order house. Under her, she had about 3 different companies through the advertising, but they were all out of the same place, and they were all under her, right? And she had a great business mind, and her husband wasn't bad at all either, right? He was good at the back room. She did this stuff out front, and picked items and etc. Now, is that so that she when things happened, what I wanted to do was to start a mail order house, because we had just come out of the war. African Americans had more money than they had ever had before, right? You don't send letters and advertising to people who don't have money, right? We had come to a point which I thought that we could stand and develop an African American mail order house, right? If you had followed Johnson Publications, one of the only ones they didn't duplicate was House Beautiful, right? is because we were just coming to the point. I wanted to get in on that market before Johnson did, right? And then right at that time, I got the call to the ministry. So I dropped all of that. But the main story that I think that you need to know about the call to the ministry is that a couple, 2 or 3 days afterwards, I knew I had to tell my wife, because I knew I was going to go to a seminary somewhere, right? As I said, I had Colgate Rochester in my mind. So I decided to tell her. I came home from work and I said to her, baby, I got something I want to tell you. And she said, I got something to tell you too. So we always waited till we got in bed and we'd share with each other, right? And so after we had eaten and one thing or the other, we go up to bed and so we're lying there and she says, you tell me your story. I said, you tell me your story first. And I said, no, baby. I said, you tell me. She, because I knew she was just bursting to get it out. Well, we were having our first child. That's what she wanted to tell me, right? And so after we, celebrated that fact, she said, well, now tell me your story. And I said, no, I'm not going to tell you, right? And so she finally coaxed it out of me, right? And uh-oh. Shall I get it? So I know it's not going to work.
That was a great story.
Well, we haven't finished the good part of it yet, right? Is that no? Well,
So wait
almost
just a minute.
Yeah.
So tell us when we're going again.
Good, okay.
Okay.
Picking back up, you're in bed and you've got your wife has given you her news, but you haven't given her yours.
That's exactly right. And so I refused to tell her, and she coaxed it out of me. So I told her that I had my call to the ministry, and but that I wasn't going because I would have to leave her in Peoria. There would only be one job, that would be her job, and she was having a baby as well. I was going to stay there through that. And so I was going to let it go at that. And we lay there in the darkness, and suddenly she says, whose faith is in question now? I'm the faith boy, right? You do everything on faith. Well, how do you answer? Particularly your wife, right? When they say, fine, you go to the seminary because God will make it all right. And I had to go because, her reply was too much for me. So I went to seminary.
And she stayed in Peoria.
She stayed in Peoria. And so one day at the seminary, I get a call, all right? And I get the call, and we didn't have a phone in every room as most seminaries do now, right? Because they're graduate schools, and you just have one in this room. But there was one phone on each floor. Somebody called down to the end of the hall where I was and said, Vivian, you got a call. So I go down, and it's my wife, right? And I'm standing there looking out the window, and it's just so wonderful to think she's coming. And she says, I'm coming. And so I said, well, how long are you going to stay, right? And she said, oh, I'm coming to stay. Wow, I was suddenly silenced. I looked out the window and I couldn't believe it. How was this going to happen? Here I was in one dorm room, right? And didn't have a job, right? And didn't have any way to get an apartment, right? Tell you what happened is that before she got there, the publishing house had called me, and I was using, the job would have had me to use everything that I had ever done before. And the various tasks I had done before, I was going to do, right? I've been in boys' work with the YMCA. This job was around boys' work. I had been an editor of this newspaper I tried to put together, right? I was going to do that. I'd been a speaker all my life. I was going to be able to do that all over the country. So that this job would take in each and every important thing I had done in my life. And it was so perfect for me, right? But most important for that moment was that there was only one student dorm open at the end of the school year, and I got it. And so when by the time the wife got there, is that everything was ready. Everything was ready.
Did she come with the baby born?
Oh,
Or before the baby?
No. The baby hadn't been born yet. The baby was born
In Nashville.
In Nashville, and but he had cerebral palsy. But he just died last year. He was very seldom did people born with cerebral palsy. They usually died between 30 and 35. He lived to be 45. And so, just died last year. All of that is to anchor me in Peoria, in Nashville. It should have been. The movement starts. I meet Martin King there in the first place, doing an article. The wife and I were going to produce a 24-page piece on Martin, right? Well, that's how it ended. We ended up doing it. I was trying to do it for the publishing house. The publishing house actually was really afraid to publish anything on Martin. I want you, this is important to be said because then it makes you realize the climate, all right? Because they were afraid that the publishing house would be blown up. I led I and Diane Nash led a movement, action in Nashville. 4,000, the paper said 2,000 people.
You're jumping ahead to April 1960.
There we go.
Let's back up just a little bit.
You amaze me how you have
I'm
the
sorry.
dates. No, that's wonderful.
I want to know first
Yeah,
how you met Jim Lawson and those workshops that were going there.
Good.
And we'll come back to Dr.
that's
King.
good. Yeah.
And because so much of the influential movement was incubated in a way in that Nashville nonviolent workshop.
It really was.
There. I'd like to know, and you were a critical part of it. How you met Lawson and
well, that's very important. We had started the action, as I said. Kelly Miller Smith had put things together with a few ministers, right? It was beginning to build, but not really heavily. We were having workshops and so forth, but for ministers in the city, not many came, right? They did not quite understand nonviolence whatsoever, right? They did not see how it was going to work, so that they sort of pulled away, except for a half a dozen, right? And I was one of those, but as I said, Kelly Miller Smith was the leader. Well, Jim Lawson comes to town to go to Vanderbilt, right? But he's also working for Fellowship of Reconciliation. He's coming in to do training across that region of the South. And he's going to be anchored at Vanderbilt in Nashville. So as he comes to train. And training is what no one had done for the movement at that time. Martin had just gotten started good. The 24-page piece the wife and I did was because he'd come to Fisk to get at the time that he'd come to Fisk to get an honorary doctorate, right? And part of that was for people also in town to hear him and understand what had happened. In fact, nothing really happened in the 11 months that went on, right? Nothing really happened anywhere in the country until they won it.
You mean the bus boycott?
The bus
You're talking
boycott,
about it.
Yeah,
You came there.
Martin, yeah. And then the bus boycott. Well, they won it when and Jim Lawson is in Nashville and begins to train ministers, begins to train students, right? And that training of students went on for several months. It was through that I met Jim, because I had already been in movement in Peoria. So I knew Jim, and then it ended up that Jim got an apartment right across the street from our apartment. And his wife was working at one of the colleges in near where my son was going to school, to a special school, right, across the street from the Vanderbilt campus. And so she would take him to school. Well, we met each other through that means, and really, but I had done it 9-10 years before. But Jim really knew far more about nonviolence than I did, right? And so I welcomed him, because this was what we needed, as much knowledge as we could get of the method. I had done it, but he had the background to be able to teach it in quite a different way. I'd gotten techniques and so forth, and it was naturally for me a natural way of life, right? But that's what fit the ministry. But then to teach the students, and so they can get it's another thing. Jim was excellent at it.
Of course, he had just come back from India.
That's what I was going to say. And that kind of coming back from India just was the kind of thing that the kids were, bug-eyed about. And they really listened, they really learned, because Jim was a good teacher, still is.
Now, those workshops with the students, of course, were very influential.
Yeah.
They were quite dramatic. I've talked to many of the students who were in them. Many of them didn't know how nonviolence was going to work either, and were quite skeptical. I never will forget Diane Nash saying that she was a very, very good student, and she said that her government professors defined government and politics as a monopoly of violence, so how can nonviolence work? And they were doing all these experiments and slapping each other around and everything. She was horrified by it. Did you actually participate in any of those and watch that, or having already done it, did you not?
Yeah, well, I watched some of it and participated in some of it. I never will forget one of the ministers there. They put out a cigarette on him, and it burned a hole. Some of the fire fell and burned a hole in his trousers, and he made it very clear that we were going to buy him a new suit. It's that quite a guy. He went to Morehouse too, by the way. I was a Methodist, and his church was near Fisk campus. which we used to meet in all the time.
Now, these workshops are going on before the sit-ins, after the bus boycott, but before the sit-ins, that period of kind of percolation in the late 50s.
Yes.
With you starting a family and working a job and going to seminary and meeting Dr. King and all of those things. Talk a little bit about your relationship with Lawson in the early days. He always used to tell me that it was somewhat difficult because the people around Dr. King were all Baptists and he was a Methodist, and that Dr. King would always tease him about getting him his bishop to tell him what to do, and that sort of thing. In fact, Dr. King had helped recruit him to come south. So
yeah, so that's what it seems as though.
How did the two of you get along together?
Wonderful, wonderfully. Those kinds of things were jokes.
Right.
They had nothing to do with real life. In fact, actually, though, the president of SCLC, or the president of the board of SCLC at that time, was a Methodist, Joe Lowry.
Yeah.
Everybody else was, in fact, Baptist, and they had known each other in Alabama, all of them, Joe as well as the rest. In fact, most of the guys, even the pastor from Tallahassee, had gone to school in Montgomery. So many of them, Fred Shuttlesworth, the great guys came out of Alabama. And Martin, in fact, we often, didn't joke, it's just a fact of life. Martin came from Atlanta, but he had to come to Alabama to become famous. And he had to come to Alabama to find a wife, right? Coretta was from Alabama. Abernathy, who is his sidekick, Alabama, and his wife, right? And Andy's wife was from the same area of Alabama, about a 75-mile radius, and you had them all, right? Which is the most interesting kind of thing. All of them were talented people. In fact, one of the stories I like best, that Abernathy could have been the president of SCLC had he wanted to be. Right? He was the most important single minister in Montgomery. He was the one that had the largest church. He was the one that gone to the university, which is a part of Montgomery.
Alabama State.
Alabama State. He was the one whose parents had been in Alabama for at least 2 or 3 generations, right? So he had everything going for him. But when he met Martin and saw what Martin had, he became the sort of the John the Baptist to Martin's Jesus. You see, is because he did not care to be the leader with a man like Martin. They had become friends in the time, and he understood Martin and loved his background and his ability, and wanted to go to Colgate Rochester. And in fact, he had on his mind after he met Martin to go to Colgate Rochester, but then things really happened before then, and that never happened.
Well, I think we should take a break before we start the sit-ins, but
Yeah.
what I'd like to do just before that is because these workshops that you're involved in with Jim Lawson in Nashville, you don't know that the movement is about to take off. You're doing these workshops in nonviolence. You met in those workshops a number of people who've later become consequential and some who didn't. But can you share your memories of meeting the people in those workshops, the students?
The students. Well, basically,
Bevel, Lafayette, Nash.
This is what I'm remembering. And most of them that you will know, except for Diane, and there was another young woman with Diane. I can't think of her name, but she was also from Chicago. And by the way, Diane was Catholic.
Right.
And the only Catholic one in the group. Well, we have funny stories about that. But talked about John Lewis, talked about Jim Bevel, talked about Bernard Lafayette. We mentioned, there's two other fellows I'd like to think about, but can't come up with. There were 3 or 4 from the seminary, but they were not fully engaged. They would come to actions, but they were not fully engaged.
And there were some white kids in those groups,
In fact, there was one in particular that stood out, and the guys down, he was Southern Baptist, and the only guy from the Southern Baptist that was involved in anything other than anything positive, right, with the movement, right. But I can't think of his name. But he was
Wasn't
the one.
Paul Laprade?
Oh, Paul Laprade came and became.
All right.
Right. Is that the one I was thinking about went to school
All right.
at the.
Not Jim Zwerg.
No. Swerg wasn't really from Nashville.
Right.
Yeah. No. This fellow was from Vandy. And there's a great story there in terms of the president.
Maybe we'll come up with his
Yeah,
name.
yeah.
What about Selin McCollum? Do you
That's a name.
About
I
one
don't
minute.
remember that as a name.
All right. I guess we'll take a break here.
Okay, good. And then,
Thank you.
but we'll continue this though while he's dealing with the camera.
Because there were a lot of, when we get
Yeah.
to the Freedom Rides,
Yeah. Yeah,
these
people
are all characters,
pop
and
up,
if you
yeah.
have stories about them, how they
Yeah.
got in, because most of them came in through the workshops, right?
Yeah, see, that's the point. I remember very few white guys and gals in the movement, right? Until after that text. See, for instance, Martin King, without doubt, was a minister, but it was surprising to me how many people didn't know he was. All right, he was Dr. King. All right.
Need any more or anything?
No, I think I'm all right.
Okay.
For some reason, my throat hasn't been as clear as usual, but
You know, I'm sorry, I should have brought my book or something, because I have a lot of the names of those people in the, part there with
well,
all that I know of, to Gandhi and nonviolence, because you had different conditions here.
Yeah.
You weren't 95% of the people, and
yeah.
various other things, and
Yeah.
so they consulted. Anyway, well, we don't need to go back to that. We can pick up where we were planning to.
But, you know, when you look at Martin's quotes later on, he talks about a real difference based upon the Christianity involved, right? Now, there's one other the thing I've heard. I just want you to, just for this, well, you know, so you can deal with it for the rest of the time, because I never like to talk about it, right? Because I don't know enough. But the idea is that there were Indians as late as the World Conference we had in South Africa that were talking about Gandhi's not really liking the untouchables. These were the untouchables, all right, talking, right? You know, they got a new name now, right? But they gave themselves a name instead of somebody else giving them a name, right? But they were all there. I mean, a gang of them were there in the conference, right? And they were very active about it. But they were the way they were talking about it. It gave a different picture of Gandhi's attitude toward the untouchables than our attitude toward the untouchables. And so, you know, it's just something to,
Right.
know,
And of
keep
course,
in
Dr.
mind.
King and Coretta had just come back from India. They
That's
had their
exactly
visit
right.
over there.
That's right.
When we had
Yeah.
Richard Gregg there.
Yeah.
But anyway, jumping back to Nashville and picking up where we were talking before.
Sure.
You said that you had a story about the president of Vanderbilt.
Yeah. You see, it was interesting that remember, Jim Lawson was kicked out of Vanderbilt, right? But he was kicked out by a president that had written the book that we used on the life of Jesus, that we used in seminary on the life of Jesus. Here is the president of the seminary, had been, and became president of Vanderbilt. And he was kicking Jim out of school, and they ended up putting him in prison. And his book on Jesus was refuting what he was doing in fact, all right? Is that, that was our text. I'm trying to think of his name, but it was our text. And we couldn't see how he could have written that book and be anything, because at the time we used it, we saw it as refuting the South without his saying it directly.
I'm sorry, I can't remember his
Yeah.
name myself.
Yeah.
But you weren't taking his class. He was not teaching them.
No. He was. It was his book was being taught at American Baptist Theological Seminary, right, on the life of Jesus, and here he was kicking a man out who was talking for Jesus as we saw him, and yet he was talking from Jesus so the South could accept it, right? Because that's really what he'd have in his mind. But that was always interesting to me. You see, there's so many religious stories like that makes it difficult to see how the South could have gone on thinking as though they can be Christians and racists at the same time. Right?
Well, we should continue to pick up the religious themes as we go forward here. We're starting at the beginning of the sit-in movement. The timing for me was always very striking that the Greensboro sit-in started on February 1st, because January 31st, just the night before, was Dr. King's farewell from Dexter moving to Atlanta. So he was literally finishing his ministry and the bus boycott in Alabama, moved to Atlanta and said farewell the night before. And as he's driving to take up his new residence in Atlanta, these sit-ins break out in Greensboro. And looking at it from another angle, you people in Nashville had been preparing to do things like
for
this,
a year,
but hadn't quite got going, so that a lot of the students told me that the students in Greensboro stole a march on them because you were preparing.
And they did. In fact, I'm glad you said that about the day before, right? I really didn't put that together. I'd never thought of that, right? It's good. I mean, I never will forget it, though. But you see, we had been preparing. They moved without preparing, right? They just went and sat down. But we knew after that had they done that, especially in Greensboro, anything could have happened. Remember, later it was in Greensboro that in broad open daylight, they killed what they call communists. Remember? And I remember being there the day afterwards or so and talking with the police chief, right? And he did not mind the killing at all. He let us know that he'd been killing communists during the war. And so
now this is a story from the 1970s.
Jumping
way forward. Yes.
That's right. Pardon me. We got to get back to the story because
no, that's all right. It's pertinent. I just wanted people to know that it was from a different time.
I see what you mean. Yeah, and but did not mind killing at all. Well, see, that same attitude was an attitude toward us, as far as I was concerned. That any uppity nigger, right? Was asking to be killed, right? In fact, truthfully, I don't see why more of us were not killed, less. In fact, what we found was that less people got killed, less black people got killed during the heat of the civil rights movement than did before. The Klan didn't seem to kill nearly as many of us.
Well, don't you think that some of that is the religious training and the nonviolent training that made it harder?
Yeah. In fact, let's look at this. You see, once it's brought out in the open, this is the Bible Belt, right? Once you bring it out in the open and you make it a religious confrontation, that changes everything to me, right? Is that when we begin to ask questions, and which I did in workshops later on, right? Is that can you be a Christian and a racist at the same time? 90% of everybody in the workshop was always white, because that's where I wanted. That's who I was trying to get to. But I had to have blacks in the workshop, or what I would hear was, well, you said that, but our black people don't think that way. So I just turned and asked black people, is that, am I right? Am I wrong? Give me a point. Tell him, and and they would, right? So that, and it was always a surprise to these white folk, right? They act as though, boy, I work with him. He didn't think that way. And that would always make everybody black in the room kind of look down and smile. They didn't want, they wouldn't act like they were laughing at him, right? But because they did not quite understand who we were, what we thought, and what we did, right? Now, that's why I think had we faced them boldly every day after day, with the Christian message, not the Old Testament, the Christian message, all right? That would have changed things a lot sooner. I believe so, right? Now, my wife used to say the other thing that we used to do, we should have done, was carry the flag. In other words, it was our flag we were defending, not their flag was the Confederate flag, right? Is it, so to speak, I mean, that wouldn't be stated, but that's what we would be saying, right? Is that this flag, you don't really represent a racist. You don't represent the American flag. Now, but we'd always fought it on those grounds, and it didn't get anywhere. But if you're in the deep South, the one thing that's believed in is the Bible. Theologians don't get nearly as far as Bible school people in the South, right? Because Bible school people can quote text, right? Theologians don't quote text; they quote a series of ideas, right? Well, and so the Bible people in the South say, well, that's what you think. But that's not what my pastor said. Well, but they never questioned their pastor because they didn't know how in the first place, right? But but all you had to do was state scripture, and they'd go look it up. That's what I found in my workshops. Right? I'd state scripture, and people come back the next day when I was doing reconciliation and say, well, we looked it up last night. My husband and I looked that up, right? And we found out that you're right, right? That it's right there and it's clear, right? Is that, because I don't want to quote the stuff that there was no way of getting around. Love your brother as yourself, you know what I mean? Your fellow man as yourself. But things like that, right? I think we could have won if we'd really kept talking nothing but. But most of the civil rights movement was based on getting new law, all right? Totally different. But Martin was leading a movement that was a moral and spiritual movement. See, there were two movements going on all the time, right? Within the one, there were two going on. One of them was by any means necessary, and the other one was nonviolent direct action, and with a biblical base. Difference, that's a real difference between nonviolence as we had known it in India, right? And what we knew here, we did it with a biblical base based upon Jesus, right? But there were great, deep religious undergirdings for nonviolence in India as far as that's concerned, you see what I mean? But the one thing about this American culture is the matter of the Bible as being the final authority on everything.
Well, of course, the movement, it's interesting to hear you say that, because there were a lot of people in the movement who thought it was too religious. You're saying it wasn't religious enough.
That's right. That's a good point. That's a good point.
And the same thing on the patriotism. There were occasional marches where people did carry the American flag.
That's
Famously
true.
at Medgar Evers' funeral, they were carrying American flags because he was a veteran and he had been assassinated. And the police in Jackson, Mississippi waded in and took the flags away because they were upset with them. So
that's the point.
It was both patriotic and spiritual, grounded in nonviolence. And one other thing I'd like to ask you about before getting into the sit-ins, a number of the people that I've talked to who were in Lawson's workshops said that there were psychological aspects to it as well, beside the religious, the patriotic, that what you were doing was that they'd come into the workshops thinking that nonviolence meant kind of curling into the fetal position and that sort of thing to protect yourself, and that Lawson would tell them, no, you need to make eye contact and keep eye contact with people. They have a harder time being violent with you when you're looking at them and making human contact with them, which is kind of related to a religious thing, because you're saying we're fellow creatures and everything. But there was a lot of training about how that would work.
Well, see, the thing, there was a lot of conversation about it. It was easy to understand it. But you see, here again is these various parts of movement. So, I mean, is that SNCC was the one that wanted to curl up and get beaten, you put over your head and all that sort of thing. You get my point? That was not true with SCLC at any point. I never remember that true from beginning to end, right? Is that, and the very picture of Martin King is a man standing looking at you, right? And giving his opinion, right? Or stating the truth. You know how it is. Giving our opinion to the public, right? Is that, but it seemed as though that if you didn't have a moral and spiritual understanding of what you were doing, there was the willingness to duck the deal, be willing to get beat, but only as a way of saying you're nonviolent. But you see, I don't use nonviolent by itself anymore. It has to be nonviolent direct action to me, right? Is that you have to be acting nonviolently against the negative forces, and that you didn't try to get away from being beaten or getting away from being hit by a car. Fred Shellsworth tells about Martin walking across the street in a car, he and Martin, and the car was sort of bearing down on them, right? The guy wasn't slowing up, he was picking up speed, right? And Martin just kept going at his regular pace. And Fred tried to get him to move forward, or said to him, you know, out the corner of his eye. That's why we talk to each other when we're in a situation like that, you know. Hey, Fred, Red Martin, this guy is going to run over us, right? And Martin said, well, you got to die when your time comes, and just kept going like he was going. Now, I don't believe that's exactly what Martin said, because the way Fred said it, you know, but that was the idea. And the guy did stop, right? He built up speed, but he refused to hit them too. That's what I found. When you look people in the eye, and I'll tell you my story, looking people in the eye.
Well, certainly the culminating one when you look Jim Clark in the eye in 1965, that's where we're headed.
Yeah.
And you spoke directly to him, and you maintained eye contact, and you talked nonviolent direct action. That's where we're going. But let's start at the sit-in. You are in Nashville.
I was going beyond that to Jackson, Mississippi, but we will add both of them later.
Okay.
Okay.
But you are in Nashville in the workshops, and you get word that the sit-ins have occurred in Greensboro. Can you talk about that's in February 1st, and it's April 19th is your big march with the mayor. Mm-hmm. So you've got basically 2.5 months there of moving into action as the sit-ins are sweeping the South. What's your memory about how that occurred there within this Nashville movement?
Yeah, see, the thing I remembered, but I thought I remembered, right? And that's very important, is that what you think you remembered and what actually occurred. But I know what I remembered, but I had it. I think I had it in the wrong timing. Is that Jim called? Jim and I were in one of the school buildings, right? And Jim stopped to make a call to the guy who led the group in Greensboro, right? Now, when he did that, he was talking to this fellow, and I was listening, and I wasn't clear on who the guy was the other end. I just knew he was one of the real leaders of it, right? And Jim was talking as though that there should have been some waiting and we joining forces on that. And because Jim had been training for such a long length of time. But you see, the action in Greensboro, the should have, is quite different. Action in Greensboro with these three guys, or four guys, four it was, wasn't it? They just sat down. They hadn't talked to nobody, seemingly, right? They decided just to go sit down. Now, I think what Jim was thinking about, and where we came from out of that whole thing, was the understanding that you can get people destroyed that way. That if you just go sit down, you can get killed and get a number of other people destroyed. Whereas if you prepare your people, right, is that they don't fight back in a way that you can be taken over and fight back. You see, this is why we could take guys off of the street with knives and all that, but we never put them near the front. You see, and we always had people walking alongside that were trained, right? Because we understood that without training, people will lose it, right? I like to think of this another way, too, by the way. And I say I like to think of it. This is not something that everybody was saying or that I would hollering up and down the street either, right? See, I really think that when we picked places, for instance, we picked Alabama, right? And the three biggest, most important events of the whole movement happened in Alabama, right? We got the method in Montgomery, right? We got the Civil Rights Bill in Birmingham, and we got the Voting Rights Bill in Selma, right? When you look at those three, there's nothing that comes close to them, right? Now that was SCLC. When you look at SNCC, they went into Mississippi. The youngest, least experienced, going into the most difficult place. We basically saw Alabama, and then, if necessary, go to Mississippi. Now, let me say what I mean by if necessary. The thing is that when we saw Alabama, that's where we started. We wanted to clean it up. But we saw it not as the way SNCC did. SNCC saw it as going into a place and put people in various places until they changed, till they helped the people of that town change. You see? We didn't. We saw it as changing Washington, changing the national laws, not just having not just doing legal stuff, right? But making for certain that we change the laws, which we did. You see what I mean? This is why we got the Voting Rights Bill. This is why we got the Civil Rights Bill, right? Is that because we created what was necessary to do it and stayed with it. St. Augustine was a part of finishing off Montgomery. You see, the March on Washington was a part of finishing off Birmingham.
Let me jump in here briefly just to make sure people understand that when you speak of SNCC, you're speaking of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, right, which is an allied group, but with slightly different tactics. The younger folks,
and
some of them were out of your
students.
Some of them were out of your Nashville movement. So.
In fact, not only Nashville. Once the meeting at Raleigh at Shaw. Once the Shaw meeting, students all went there. Very few stayed anywhere else, right? But a number of the leadership came back to SCLC, right? John Lewis, right? Because, and check this, because you're the kind of person that really checks good stuff. Is that here's it? Is that when we look at John Lewis being at Bloody Sunday, right? John Lewis at Bloody Sunday was coming away from SNCC, right? Remember, there was no other staff member with Hosea, SCLC, and there was no other SNCC person with John. All right? Now, is that because John was leaving SNCC, because guys like the more violent, in fact, side of SNCC was taking over. Right.
All right, that's several years down the road. Let's.
Okay.
But you're right. It's in 1965.
Okay.
But in the 1960 period, just to set back and your progression.
I have to do this right.
The sit-ins start in February. On February 1st, the time that you talked about when SNCC was formed, when the students got together, only because the sit-ins spread so rapidly that Dr. King enabled them to come together and talk about coordinating. They wanted to coordinate their sit-ins. They had spread like lightning. I call it the quickening, all across there, including in Nashville. That's on April 15th that they get together and form the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee 10 weeks after the sit-ins start. And then it's that very next week, in April 19th, that you lead the march. Now, you had been having sit-ins in Nashville as part of all of this, but it culminated just the week, the very time that SNCC was formed. People come back to Nashville, and you have the big march through Nashville of the 4,000 people and the confrontation. Tell that story. Attorney Luby's bombing and.
Okay, is that I was telling you about the minister who had his suit was burned. He was the pastor of a Methodist church and a strong follower, leader within the African American community in Nashville with Kelly Miller Smith and around the idea of nonviolence, right? Well, we were meeting at his church.
Do you remember his name?
That's right. No, that's why I kept talking. I was trying to think of it. All right. I can't think of his name, but it'll come up. As the, no, we'll have to look it up because I don't think I'll think of it, right?
All right.
But we were at his church early one morning, because that's what we had our leadership meetings for the movement. It's early in the morning. We'd be at one of the churches or the other, and his was an ideal church to be at because it's about 2 blocks or so from the college, Fisk, and then about 6 blocks or so away from Tennessee and I, right, all on the same street, which made that easy for meetings because the rest of us were ministers and so forth. And we could take one car, we could drive across town to the seminary, right? And we were older anyway, right? That's now we were having the meeting when we heard a bombing sound, but we didn't pay much attention to it. It didn't seem like it was close. The next person coming in told us that they had heard what seemed like a bomb, and they thought it was coming from over to Meharry Medical, which wasn't too far away from where we were. Well, we immediately, because we were planning action anyway, immediately came to what we would do, right? If it was a bombing over there, what we would have to do. So we figured out before we left the room how we were going to organize community to make certain that they dealt with that fact. And then we broke out of there. Bernard Lafayette tells it the best way, because Bernard, when he broke out of that meeting, went to Tennessee and I and started organizing. A couple other people went to Fisk and started organizing, right?
Even before they knew what had happened?
Yeah.
When did you find out?
Well, they found out right afterwards. We didn't get outside long before people knew that that house had been bombed. But what they first thought it was Meharry because it knocked out. Somebody had counted the windows. 140 some windows were knocked out, right? And that was across, and that's the big building, so you could tell that from some distance. Whereas Luby's home was a small house on the furthest corner across the street from Meharry. So they immediately finding out that Luby's house had been bombed, just kept going on to A&I to get the word out, right? And in order to get the word out, what they did was to go into the where the announcements were made for the whole school, and started announcing then, and they broke for lunch at 11 o'clock and part of 12 o'clock, right? And so that right after 11 and 11:30, right after lunch, is when they would we would start the march, and started it from Tennessee and I. Then and by the time that we got to Fisk was letting out. We met them instead of on 17th, on 16th, the other end of the campus, right, off of Jefferson Street, right. Met them on 17th, and the students from Pearl High School cut through and met us on 16th Street. That's what it was, right? And we kept walking, and then the people began to join us as we walked. People would come off their porches and join in, and keep going. Cars would begin to drive slowly alongside of us as we walked down the way, right? We, as we were singing a part of the time, and then when we got close to town, we stopped singing, and it was a silent march where you could hear nothing but feet move. New York had pioneered that back in the 1920s, right? And we were really doing the same thing. So that you couldn't hear anything but the feet fall. I remember when we turned to go right down into the heart of town, some fellows at one of the little factories there were playing ball at their noon hour, you see. By the time we got there, it was their noon hour, right? And they were playing ball as they ate lunch. Well, throwing the ball back and forth. I mean, playing pitch and catch, right? And and they saw us coming, and they began to. You could see them, and then they began to back up against the buildings, right? And as we passed, and it was very clear that we're not to be played with. There was nothing, and they were just so. They thought it was quite different, right? They didn't know what to do, what to think. They'd never seen as many black people before in any mood, but just, walking down the street. But this was quite different. And they reacted to it quite differently, but they didn't attempt anything to stop it or to speak back to it or to holler or anything, right? They were dead silent, backed up against the building, and we passed on by, okay? As we came closer to downtown, we cut across and went over one block over to the City Hall, right? When we got to City Hall, I made a speech to the mayor, and we had to wait for them. They hadn't come down yet, right? And then and made a speech to the mayor, and then Diane made the speech with the line that really caught the attention, right? When she asked him point blank about his manhood and what would he do, and so forth. And it really caught him. He had to answer, and that was the goodie, right? But we had planned it so that the final question would be asked, right? But when she asked it, he really wasn't ready for it. And the place was surrounded, that side of City Hall was surrounded with students, right? And I remember seeing students that had come from Meharry, but they had not walked down with us because they couldn't afford to to walk out of school, right? But by the time we got down there, there were a number of them down there, right? Note, the newspaper said the next morning there were 2,000 of us, right? There was 4,000 of us, right? And the thing that surprised me is that there were still, when we had finished, there were still students and people coming up the staircase, still coming into the meeting, coming up to the stair steps and coming to the meeting. In fact, we had the meeting and it was over before some people actually got there. That's still baffling to me, and I don't talk about it very often because I can't explain it too easily, all right? But people were coming and coming and coming to be a part of this and to make clear where they were, what they thought, and what it was all about. Now, when we did this, right, he said he was that...
Mayor West?
Yeah, Mayor
Ben
West responded. Yeah, Mayor Ben West, that's what I should say. Mayor Ben West responded, right, to us and said something to the effect that he was going to examine the matter, right? But what he really did, 1 week from that day, everything in Nashville was open. Everything in Nashville was open. It was a great victory for us. That had not been done anywhere in the South. So, I mean, you'd had an action in Greensboro, but they were nothing like ours, right?
All right, that's back, because you have just described one of the seminal marches in the early movement. This is
Right.
April 19th, 1960, just a few weeks after the sit-in started. Your confrontation with the mayor of Nashville at the end of this march, you described very well how something is both spontaneous and planned. I mean, because people went out to mobilize, made announcements on the phone and
Sure.
everything, and instantly
Yeah.
created a march, but it wouldn't have happened without those people kind of seeding the clouds, like Bernard Lafayette.
That's it.
So it was spontaneous and
Yeah, and he was in
planned.
the meeting that we
Right.
had,
He
that
was in
planning meeting, see. He was part of that.
The dialogue between the mayor and Diane, of course, this is all preserved on television, and they made a film out of it.
I got a record in there, by the way.
Yeah.
I pulled it out so you could see it.
So it's a remarkable event. This became one of the recruiting things that people would use, saying if students want to do something, they can have a march like this in Nashville. We had 4,000 people confronted the mayor, and Diane said to the mayor, do you recommend that these segregation laws be changed? And he kept dodging, saying, well, I don't have anything to do with the laws. That's up to the merchants. But she kept pushing, well, but what would you do? And confronting him. And finally he said, well, yes, I guess I would recommend. I can't justify it. And so that became quite famous.
Oh, it did.
Tell us a little bit about who Attorney Luby was, because it all started with the bombing of his house, and we haven't really explained to people who he was and his relationship to your movement.
Yeah. Attorney Luby was the lead lawyer among African-American lawyers and therefore the movement, right, in Nashville. He had a doctorate in law, in fact, which most people don't even take time to get, right? But he really had it. He was from the islands, spoke with a slight break in it. He'd been there for years. I've been in Atlanta for years, in Nashville for years. Luby was the natural leader of all the lawyers, right? And a spokesman on many occasions, but there were other lawyers that were spokesmen. But Luby was the person looked up to.
And when his home was bombed, and of course, just a little bit more background. His home was bombed probably because in between the beginning of the Greensboro sit-ins in February 1st and this march on April 19th, there had been sit-ins in Nashville with arrests, and he was defending your sit-in people who would get arrested at lunch counters.
Yeah, and that's true, and he was. And
that's what upset the white folks, that this was the guy who's in the newspapers defending them.
Yeah, in fact, he had been defending us from the very beginning of the action. I mean, when students came down from Minnesota and Wisconsin, in particular, that I remember, as they went to jail, he and the other black lawyers met there and worked on their behalf as well. In other words, every time anything happened where we had to face the law, white law or the courts or so forth, all these lawyers came forth, but Luby was their natural leader and best strategist.
So that's why people would react when his home was bombed, because he had been the defender of the movement.
That's right.
Now, when you said that the mayor opened everything up, these were lunch counter demonstrations.
Yeah,
he didn't open up all of Nashville.
Well,
he didn't open up the library and the theaters.
That's it. But most of the stuff he opened. Mm-hmm. He didn't open the theaters, though.
Because you had a big campaign on the theaters.
That's exactly right.
Coming up between then and the Freedom Rides. Actually, it's a wonderful transition to the Freedom Rides a year later, because I think John Lewis's phrase was that once we won this victory through the mayor and got a lot of things opened up, we were going to march through the Yellow Pages and get other things opened up. The library.
That was the statement, but it didn't happen that way.
Right. But you had a long campaign about the movie theaters.
That's it. It was a long campaign, and it was really different. Now, I left about that time. I was not there at that particular time.
You mean for the theater campaign?
For the theaters. In fact, actually. I was trying to think of a fellow's name that I was in Denver. I had just gone to Denver to make a speech or something. I was coming back from there. But that night on TV, I saw that this tall fellow I'm thinking about, can you think of his name? He was the vice president of the adult group. So you remember, by the time we had this kind of halfway split, and he was hit in the head with a stone, and you saw the blood run. I got up the next morning extremely early and took the quickest thing out of town. It happened to be a train. I got to Kansas City. I got off the train. I took a cab across town and flew into Nashville, right, so I can be there in time for the action, and because there was a march afterwards, right, that day coming out of, and they were starting at Kelly's church, right. I remember it better for that than for anything else, because when he was hit in the head, that electrified all of us. When he started bleeding, and I was in Denver, and I was electrified by it, and had to come to join it, right? And we started marches the next day. Also started some arrests, though, as well.
We have to remember that one of the things that made the theater campaign different was that theaters aren't open in the daytime, so these are night marches. It gives the Klan and the people attacking this the cover of darkness. So it required an extra level of commitment to march at night.
Yeah, was it late evening or night?
Yeah.
And now the reason I say that is because Hosea started real night meetings, midnight meetings in Savannah.
Right.
I remember, and I was wondering if we had already, were we doing late night or were we doing evening?
I think you were trying to get as much daylight as possible when people were
That's
trying
what
to
I
get in
thought.
the theater.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You had to wait till the theater's open.
That's why I brought that up, because I saw them as that evening matter, right?
Right.
Once everybody got in, then we didn't wait for them to come out to keep going, right?
Right.
But in Savannah, we started at 11 and 12 o'clock at night.
Right.
That bell would ring, right? Pardon me. We
That's
go
2
back
years
to where
later.
we
All
are.
right.
Yeah,
But the end of the sit-in movement has taken over the whole country in 1960. Nashville keeps marching. The theater campaign was at the end of 1960, about the time President Kennedy was elected, and went into 1961. And the reason we know that's because this is the transition to the Freedom Rides, because Nashville was having a picnic to celebrate the end of the theater campaign to desegregate it a year into the sit-in movements, when the Freedom Riders were ambushed in Birmingham on Mother's Day, 1961.
That's true.
And we know that because one of the seminal moments in Nashville is you're having a picnic to celebrate this. A lot of shell-shocked people who have been doing marches and going to jail for a year, and you get word about the terrible thing. The bus burned in Anniston, the Greyhound, and the Trailways bus went into Birmingham, and people were beat up. And the question is, what, if anything, we're going to do about it? And some people at the picnic said, let's worry about that tomorrow. We deserve this picnic. And other people said, let's not have the picnic because this is a crisis.
You know, I don't even remember anybody saying no. But that meeting that evening was something else. When we, and there's an agreement, disagreement here again, you know, who saw, felt, and thought what, right? I remember we took a break, but we took the break in the meeting because when we agreed we were really going to Jackson, Mississippi, right? There were some people that broke down crying. Diane was in charge of the meeting, and she asked for a break. I remember we walked outside and we're looking around, right? Just taking a break, right? I remember looking at the sky that night, and I remembered that we're going to leave here and go to Jackson. And by the time we got all back together, there were 10 students, 10 or 12, but I think it was 10 students, right, that were ready to go, right? The adults that were part of the group had to go home to talk to their families, right, because we had children and had wives and so forth. And so we had to go home. But the students started to Montgomery.
To Birmingham.
Yeah, to Birmingham that night, right? Is the now the by the time I get there, it's Montgomery.
Right.
See what I mean? is that they had that meeting. That's a great picture that was in Life, all right? Great picture of everybody was at that meeting at the dentist home,
Right.
And the next morning we were at the bus station. That's when I joined them, all right? I'd been there that night, and then got up and joined them the next morning. We were at the bus station, and there was a number of folk there at the bus station. To start now, I can give you a story from there.
Let me give a little context and then pick up your story, because this is a great moment in history. This is when really the kids in Nashville and your group in Nashville refused to let the Freedom Rides die, because everybody was beaten up, they went home.
Yeah, that's true. Keep going.
So you decided in these meetings in Nashville, we
Yeah.
cannot let violence stop the movement.
Nonviolence. That's the way we said it.
No, you cannot let violence, but the violence against the movement stop it.
Stop nonviolence.
Right.
But we really, that's the way it was really stated in the meeting. We had come to that conclusion a long time before, though, right? And so we restated that as basic. That was right before we took the break.
Right.
You see what I mean? We stated that, but that was very, very important, because it became the real statement of not only that movement, but it became the statement for the rest of our history, right? That when in no way would we allow nonviolence to be destroyed by violence, or violence to destroy nonviolence, right?
Exactly. So these kids
but there's one other piece to that you want to add, is that, see, because this is where there's a mix up, and if you can find some way to deal with it, I'd like it. See, Jim Farmer, I heard Jim on the radio saying that he'd already proven the point that an African American could not go from one end of the country to the other on public transportation without
submitting to segregation.
That's it.
Without violence.
In fact, the way you said it was what he was really saying, right? Submitting to segregation. The point is, afterwards we were thinking of it in terms of even you couldn't go from one end to the other without being possibly killed. You get my point? But I think the way he was really saying it was more like you said it, right? Is the now that became, both of those things became very, very important for us, right? I remember a story before that, though, that you might like to know about. Is the I was coming through Birmingham from somewhere, right? And I went into the white room. Remember, there were two expressions that were used because they were trying to get around it. And one of them, what were the two terms?
Interstate and intrastate?
And intrastate, right. Remember? So I went in, and and I sat in the white section. This huge policeman came over, and he was right? And so I went over to the telephone booth, right? And to call Fred Shellsworth, because I was in Birmingham now, right? And I was calling Fred. I called Fred, and his house had been bombed. And so he could not answer, right? I went, this guy looked like he could have played on the Chicago Bears, a great big guy, right? I've met two or three of those in Alabama, right? And so, but I went over back and sat down, and he wanted to get me out of there, but he didn't call the police, which was interesting to me, right? He didn't call the police. They didn't physically move me, which they normally would, especially after he had made all this, by coming over and leaning over the telephone booth and all of that, right? I thought that he would really going to go out of his way to have me moved, right? It wasn't us, it was me, right? Having me moved, but he didn't. I just waited for my transportation and got on and came on back to Nashville, I think, right? But all of these kinds of actions were used because that interstate thing is very, very important for where we were going. For instance, and I mention that because as we were getting ready to leave Montgomery to go to Jackson, right? But that was the next morning. Everybody was ready to go, right? And people had come in. Some of them was from the meeting the night before. Some of them was from coming in from wherever they were in town. Most of the people who were coming in from out of town were adults who had to talk with their families, right, before they left. When we were there, then when we had tickets, but they were going to. The idea was to deal with those tickets on the way the Alabama was doing it, intrastate, right? Give you a ticket so that they could that you could only use in state, right? But it was seemingly more of a guise than a fact, right? And because they never tried to take our tickets away from us. When we got onto the bus, there were already white people on the front of the bus, right? And we had to go to the back of the bus because there was no other space. They'd put the white people on first, put them right up front, and the rest of us had to go to the back, behind them, really, right? But that took most of all to the very back of the bus, right? Then when we got on, then the state troopers came and got the white passengers off the bus, and then filled that first with the Alabama militia, those first 3 or 4 rows, right? And we started for Jackson, but when we were in Alabama, there was kind of a sensible driving and so forth, right? When we got to the state line, the bus stopped, and the Alabama militia got off. But before I say that, it was we were going to the state line. There was a long trail of cars behind us, a huge trail of cars. Most of them turned out to be news people, right? We get there, we stop, but we stopped to change so that Mississippi militia could take the place of Alabama militia. But that stop is what they needed to come up along. The news people needed to have to come up beside and ask questions, right? Well, we'd made up our mind that we were not going to everybody talking. And we chose Jim Lawson to explain nonviolence to them because that's what we wanted them to know. And we had learned that what you do is no matter what they want, you tell them what you want, and they'd have nothing to use but what you said, so you'd get your story out, right, regardless of what was asked. It was handled that way. But I remember the Life magazine reading on the front cover. I'm pretty certain it was the front cover or it was a statement over the article, asking for trouble and getting it. They didn't understand nonviolence, and nothing Jim said or anybody else said, and there wasn't anything in the article that said that they understood nonviolence, okay? is that, and yet that's what we were using. That's why they had the movement in the first place. That's what it was all about, right? Because we couldn't have moved the nation without that line, without the understanding of nonviolent direct action. But the news people did not get it. We moved, but when we moved out from there was a colonel from Mississippi that got on, and he unfastened the speedometer, right? Undid the speedometer and told the driver to go into Jackson. And boy, they just barreled into Jackson. I mean, barreled into Jackson. All along the way, people were on, every little town we'd come to and all that, right? People were out on their porches, which is a Mississippi thing anyway, right? And if you had a house like that, you'd want to be out in the open too, right? And so they were out there, and they'd be waving at us and so forth. And they knew we were coming. They weren't saying nothing, they weren't hollering nothing, but they were all waving, you know. And then later on, as we came closer and closer, and I don't think it was just the closeness. I think some of the towns were larger than others. And in the places that were larger, people came right out to the edge of the road and waved and so forth. Where in the smaller towns, they stayed on their porches and waved, right? As we came on in to Jackson, and when we got to Jackson, started off the bus. Well, everybody had to go to the bathroom, and he wouldn't stop for us, right? So everybody was anxious to get off and get into the bathroom, but we were anxious to get into the white section. That was the orders were clear, right? But as I started off, and I was on the first row. In fact, the colonel and I had an encounter about that because I was trying to get him to stop for all of the, so that everybody could get off and go to a bathroom and so forth, right? It had been a long time. But he wouldn't do it, and so we had a real, Ebony played that up rather big. I don't remember if any other places did or not. But the idea is that when he changed that thermometer, speedometer, I knew from that time on that we were going to have real problems. You know what I mean? And we sped on in, and I wanted to get off the bus, but I heard a voice from up front telling me, "Stay on the back. We need experience on the end." Right? Well, so I was the last one off the bus. I get in there, and I'm in there quite a while, right? And nuts.
A very historical, significant point here of the Freedom Rides.
Yeah.
And it left off in Birmingham.
Yeah.
They were stalled there. It took, by this time, everybody's scared. There's national press, national attention. Can this bus go forward? These kids want to take up where the adults left off.
Yeah.
It took a long time. The State Patrol got beaten right there in the, having been beaten in this spectacular thing in Abernathy's church that night.
Yeah. No, but
no, John had been beaten in Rock Hill, South Carolina on the adult. John is the only one who was on both ends of the Freedom Ride.
That's right.
He was coming down from
in fact, he gave us
Washington.
the message that caused us to get in.
Right. He came down from Washington with the Jim Farmer group, was beaten in Rock Hill, and then he for a fellowship in India.
Yeah.
So he wasn't there when it went into and got burned in Anna. Is that in the week between the Mother's Day picnic, when you guys decide that the general gets involved, they get beaten in Montgomery, then they're holed up in Abernathy's church because Alabama's trying to arrest them, the people that caused the Freedom Ride.
Yeah,
that's when Dr. King was there.
That's right.
And mobs of 3,000 people are outside the church, and they threw rocks through the windows, and Bobby Kennedy finally had to send in marshals and all that sort of thing. Then the question, they survived that, and then the question is the Freedom Ride going to stop in Montgomery because it was beaten yet again? And that's when you arrived and had the meeting at Robert Harris, the pharmacist's home,
that's his name,
and argued, are we going to go forward or not? And famously, in some of those at that meeting, Diane asked Dr. King to go. And there was an argument about whether he was going to get on the bus. But you and Jim Lawson did to continue.
That's
so
right.
you continued the Freedom Ride, and by that time, it is a national and even international phenomenon that this integrated bus has been burned once in Anniston, then a new group came, got beaten up in Montgomery, and they're still going.
Yeah,
and you went on into Jackson, not knowing what was going to happen there, and tell us what happened in Jackson.
Yeah. So you still got, is that?
We'll those other stories are.
But we'll get that later, right? All right. Now, good. Is that, so we get there, and as I said, I was last to get off the bus, right? So, but as they were getting off the bus, the lieutenant, was he, or captain?
Are you talking about the Mississippi Highway
I mean,
Patrol?
when you get
the
to
one riding with you?
No.
The one riding with you was Colonel Birdsong.
It was a colonel, no,
Colonel Birdsong.
Yeah, Birdsong.
He was on the bus.
But no, I'm talking about when we get
the
off the bus.
captain of police.
Yeah,
yes.
captain of police. Remember?
His name's in my book, but I
yeah,
can't
because
remember.
we all knew him. We called his name all the time. We were in jail, right? but he was putting people in as fast as they came out from going to the bathroom. He was putting them into a wagon to go downtown, right? Well, being the last one out, right, I came across and they was getting ready. They were getting ready to close the doors, so I patted him on the back and I said, he turned around. I said, "I'm with them," and he couldn't help but smile. I think that's the first time anybody ever asked him to go to jail, right? So he turned around the other way, so I couldn't see his face, but he turned so far. I could look around and see the side of his face. He was smiling, right? Then he straightened it up, and then he turned back around. And he said, "Get in there," right? And so we got in, right? And we got in, and went to the city jail. Now, see, this is where some stuff can easily get mixed up, right? The difference between the city jail and the county.
The Hinds County Jail.
Down the Hinds County Jail. But we went to the city jail, all right? I've got my certificate from there, right? Hanging on the wall in there, right? Now, I wasn't for certain, but because Jim Farmer comes a day or two later, but the way Jim writes it is as though he was right there coming off that first bus. Mm-hmm. But he was not coming off that first bus, right? He was, but the way it sounds, but Jim came off a bus with Clarinde something, right? She was of Nashville. But she had come lately if she was on the bus with Jim. And it's something I've never got figured out straight in my mind because, well, I really didn't care that much in the beginning, right? It's only later I was trying to get that figured out, right? But so we went to jail, and later Jim joined us. Now, later Jim joined us because that kind of funny thing there is, when did Jim come? And
Jim was on the second bus.
That's what I thought.
You were on the first bus.
That's
you
right.
And Jim Lawson and a number of them. He was on the second bus.
Bus.
It wasn't days later. It was
the second
It may
day.
have been days later when you wound up in the same jail, but it was 8 hours later.
This is okay. That's what I'm getting at. Is that did that second bus unload to go to the county jail? All right. Or
it may have, and then you got Because you may have filled up that jail or something. They just
Yeah.
wanted to use another one. But he came on. Now remember, this is an interesting connection because this is the James Farmer who, as the director of CORE,
Yeah.
started the adult freedom
Sure.
ride, and then he rejoins
Yeah.
after the kids have taken it up. So he
Yeah.
comes back. And in fact tells a story on himself that he wasn't planning to get on the bus. He was there to see them off.
That's
and,
it.
And had a fit saying, I cannot justify this. And he says, he yelled at somebody, put my luggage on, I'm going on the bus. He was kind of mad. I've
Yeah.
got to go. But he came in later. And this, of course, is the person from whom you had done your demonstrations all the way back in
in
Illinois.
Peoria. Yeah. In fact, when we'd eat, how we were served, when we'd take our breaks, when we would have our meditation periods, when we would discuss strategy, right? We'd set up our whole thing in jail. Now, I was trying to get when Jim came, because I have a hard time. I know Jim wasn't there in the beginning. But I have a hard time after that remembering when he was no longer there.
Yeah, I don't know when they put people together, and I do have the date that they transferred everybody to Parchman. That's different, but
Yeah,
the two,
woke us up very early that
jails,
morning. Yeah.
different jails there in Jackson, I don't really know, but I do know he was on the second bus. I do know that from the standpoint of the white people, that is the Attorney General, the federal government, and the state government, that the second bus was a terrible surprise to them because they had worked out this whole thing of rushing the first bus through Alabama and Mississippi, getting it in and allowing you to be arrested, even though that was against federal law. Attorney General Kennedy said, arrest them as long as you're not going to do any violence and the whole thing will be over. And the governor of Mississippi...
He did, huh?
Yeah, the governor of Mississippi was profoundly upset when the second bus came and called up and said, you promised me only one bus. You know, I didn't... And Bobby Kennedy saying, well, it's as big a surprise to me as anybody else. I didn't know there were going to be any more. And then all of a sudden the Freedom Ride becomes a phenomenon. They kept coming all summer.
Yeah, that's right.
So they felt betrayed that they were trying, and you know, it goes back to this thing you were talking about earlier, which a lot of people may not understand if we don't explain it, about the difference between interstate and intrastate.
Yeah.
Intrastate means within the state, the function for segregation is wholly a state matter, and it's not federal. Interstate gets the federal government involved.
Precisely right.
So the movement wanted it to be interstate so that the federal government would be responsible for enforcing citizens' rights to ride an integrated bus, and the segregationists all wanted it to be intrastate and say it's a matter of the sovereign laws of Alabama and not segregation, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Precisely right. Is that and this is why I was so surprised when the policeman didn't arrest me.
Right.
You see what I mean? Because I was going interstate regardless of what he wanted, right?
Right.
Because I really didn't want to bow to states' rights. I just didn't want to bow to states' rights.
Right.
Is the now we're there. We go to the place. They write us up as we're going in, right? We go on in. We are there for several days. In fact, it seemed like we were there about a week, right? Because we had a Sunday service inside, right? And we had the service by writing up who was to do what and passing it through the bars to each other, right? And so, and then who was opening, who was singing, who was doing everything, right? And we had this special service, and that's why I knew that the weekend had to have passed, and I could see us there for totally then for because we didn't leave the next day, right? So we must have stayed there a week and a half, at least. Do you remember what days we we entered Miss Jackson and what days we left going out to the Parchman farm?
I don't remember it right now, but
Yeah.
it was about 10 days. You were in
That's
Jackson.
what I thought.
Other
Good.
Freedom
About a
Riders were
week and a
coming
half.
in, and they
Yeah.
moved you to Parchman because you filled up both jails.
Yeah.
But that was the next big thing.
Yeah, but
You're there
it's-
with Freedom Riders.
That's it. And we go to we are there. We set up a whole routine. I think that's very important to know, right? Is because it showed how to do nonviolent direct action. Jim had talked about it in India, right? That there was that they had a time to meditate and a time to well, he talked about the time to meditate, and is what I really remember, but I know he must have talked about more than that, right? But the thing that surprised them in the jail is that they'd always slip food through the place where they're supposed to slip it through, right? But then people would be there fighting for it, right? Fighting for their meal. Well, we all went and sat down in our chairs and around the tables that we had, and when and we'd have two people delivering the food to us, right? Two of our people delivering food to us, right? And that just stunned them. They just didn't ever understand that we were having order, and it put us in charge in a way that they didn't like the idea, because they were so used to people just wanting the food and fighting with each other over it, that they couldn't understand that they had to understand the difference between us and what they normally dealt with. Now, this deeply impressed the black guards, right? Who really weren't guards; they were prisoners that were
Trustees.
Trustees, right? Is that and the trustees began from that moment on, as I remember it. Maybe it was before, but some people remember it. As I remember it, from that moment on, we could trust trustees. They would do things for us. They let you know in meaningful ways that they were on our side, and that whatever they did, they had to do. Any negative thing, that they had to do it because of the white guards. And that was very important to us because they saw that sense of dignity, liked it, and they understood what effect it had on the white people running the jails. Now, let's look at that again, because that was the kind of thing that was making the difference for us when we did the church service. I remember the next morning, the morning before we went, it must have been 2-3 days later, because the day before we went out to Parchman, this tall, it was a lieutenant type, right? He had he had something in for me, right? And I was trying to get where he was coming from. I just couldn't understand where he was coming from. And so Jim Bevel was from Mississippi, all right? So I said to Jim, I said, what is wrong with this guy? And Jim laughed, and he says, you're a man. And I said, what the heck are you talking about? He said, he's not used to anybody black looking him in the eye. And that to look him in the eye to him was almost an insult. And you never turned away. And you talked to him straight. And I wasn't being unusual. I was just talking to him, just like, just like you talk to somebody, right? And it seemed like the more we talked, the madder this guy got. And yet there was nothing in the conversation to me that would create anger under any circumstances, right? And Jim laughed because he was the only one that we Northerners didn't understand this white-black relationship thing. See, Jim Bevel understood it totally, right? And he understood what was moving this guy. Well, we wake up the next morning, they wake us up the next morning very early and take us out to Parchman, right? Now, so we're out to Parchman one day.
We should stop and tell them
Sure.
what Parchman is.
Oh, Parchman Prison, famous prison. Parchman Prison is one of the most vicious prisons ever. I have an entire book on Parchman that was written years ago, right? They had two burial grounds there, right?
It was modeled on a plantation.
It
is a farm. It's a farm prison.
That's it's a farm prison, and which is the best way to say it. And I like that it was modeled on a plantation. I'd never heard that way, but it was. I mean, the whole thing was. In fact, it was probably a plantation at one time before it was the farm that they used, right? And they don't know how many people were killed in that thing, right? It's because there wasn't any real formal cemetery arrangements, right? As much as people were just buried on top of each other, you know, as they died and as things went on. So we get to Parchman, and so they start to find out about us. The next day they start questioning us, really, the regular arrangements. And so they start questioning us, and and there was a girl that was in there right before me was first, and it ended up in tears, right? You could hear through the walls, right? And we were upset about it, right? But nothing to do about it. In fact, we weren't even where you could see in, and we were hearing through the walls. And I was next. Well, this guy that didn't like the fact that I was just looking at him, you know, talking, right? He was there. He didn't go back to Jackson. He stayed there for all the questioning, right? When we started to question, they asked me questions. I said yes, no, and then they said, "Say, sir." So, fine. I wasn't there to be making an argument for anything, right? And I said, "Sir," and so they asked a couple of other questions, and then I answered them, "Yes, sir," "No, sir," and it was simple questions. And then they asked me right quick. The guy that was asking questions turned right quick, and it was the warden of the place, and he said, "Do you have syphilis?" And I said, "No," you know, and you didn't say, and they jumped on me, right? We were sitting close to each other, right? And they jumped on me. There was about four or five of them, right? And they jumped on me. Well, it was obvious this is what the guy from downtown had been waiting for, right? And he out comes with this flapjack, and he's right down on top of me, right? And I was just warding off blows, right? And but that caused his hand to turn. When his hand to turn, it was no longer a flapjack. It was the edges of this. It was a pretty thing. Except, see, some of them are just black leather around a piece of lead, right? This one was pretty and embellished with figures and so forth, right? But it was so pretty. It was thick tan leather, and so that the steel was inside, see? But it was thick, and it had sharp edges, right? And when his hand turned, it was no longer hitting you like a flapjack would, right? It turned and it cut me right down the side there. as soon as the blood spurted out, they jumped back. I mean, they jumped back and they looked at each other. I wondered what really happened, right? Because I didn't understand till later. And I was looking at them as if to say, what is this all about, right? No more beating, no more questioning. They had a guy to take me back to the cells, because we were out in front, and back to the cells. So he taking me back to the cells, and we made a turn here and go down. You make a turn down and go straight on into to the first part of the cells, and then there was a turn there, right, where a great big steel gate was, right. So the guy unlocks the gate and tells me to go on in. So I start in, and I'm going into the jail, and suddenly I feel something. Now, the guy's really a long ways from me. He's about 10 foot from me, right? He's at the end of that cell, right? At least I thought he was, right? But I know he was in where this, if the door had been closed, he would have had to have moved, right? And I'm walking in, and I feel something right down the back of my neck, and it's just like that, just like it looked like a half question mark, you know, in my mind. Right? It was in it, and I saw it as red. And only occasionally do I ever dream in color, much less, you know, and I wasn't dreaming, and I was standing up walking, and I could feel this thing, right? And so I stop, and I look around at him, because anytime anything that you've never felt before and never had any knowledge or thought of happens to you, what you do is to turn to another human being, you know, anybody that's there. So I turned around to look at him, and as so much as if to say, did you feel that? When I realized I was looking in a 45 or a 38, either one. I think it was a 38, actually, right? I was looking into the barrel of this 38, and because I was looking in his eyes, because that's, you know, you look to see him, you know, to ask him the question without announcing it, you know, what did you feel? You're feeling at the same time you're asking. And then I realized he had a gun on me, and I was looking down the barrel of it. So I just kind of slumped and looked at him as if to say, what kind of human being are you? You know what I mean? I just couldn't take it in. If somebody was standing there with a gun, you're just going to take 2 more steps and you're totally inside with all the other guys, right? Because you have to make little quick turns there. And so I look at him, and he's got this 38 on me, and I just look at him, and I look him straight in the eye, all right? And I'm looking at him, and as if to say, what is wrong with you, you know? And he's trying to make up his mind whether he's going to shoot me or not. And it's obvious, and I just keep looking at him, and he decides he's not going to shoot me. So he just pulls down his gun, throws it in his holster, slams this big steel door, and those big jail doors, you know, you don't forget the sound of them, right? You can't repeat it, but you don't forget the sound of it, right? And then he turned around, walked straight down that long hallway, and I just kept looking at him until he came to that first turn going back. And
but all this time you're bleeding, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know how that. I guess we just stopped it somehow, right? I don't remember I remember being beat like that in another place, but in that place they had doctors come, right? But this one, I don't remember a doctor coming at all. But they began to prepare. Well, let's get the rest of the story that's very important. Is that, so I go on in and the guys, wonder what's happening and, we talk, But then they let a guy out because by that time there's people all over the jail. Remember, bus after bus kept coming. It wasn't only just one bus or two buses, right? Buses kept coming, right? And so, and this one white fellow that was with us, for some reason, was let out. And I've read why he was let out, but I don't remember what it is now. He was let out, and there's press that he talked to, and Washington began to call, and then I began to understand. I mean, afterwards I understood what really happened is they were not supposed to beat anybody, and they beat me till I bled, right? Well, that was what they were upset about, not the beating, but the fact that I bled. This guy said that I'd been beaten. It was Kennedy got it within a couple hours, and it was back on the warden, right? The warden was very, very fearful that he was going to be removed. We found that out later. I didn't know that, but he found that out later. Then, about that time, Kelly Miller called, right? And a woman from my church had called earlier than that, right? And they weren't going to let her talk, but she demanded to talk, right? So I knew what the kind of stuff was like, and that was the day or two before, right? But then that my member called. But then Kelly called, and then within hours, Kelly showed up, right? Remember, all this started early in the morning, and Kelly showed up and took me back to Nashville.
He shows up at Parchman?
Yeah. He came in to get me. And then we drive back and I know we drive back into Jackson. I think we took a plane into Nashville, though. Right.
That was a very nervy thing for him to do, to come into Parchman.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly right. See, he's got the word now from Kennedy. You see, I mean, the difference, that same fear was in them. See, as soon as the FBI showed up or official Washington showed up, see, because most of those guys in the FBI was from the region that they were sent back to, right? So I didn't see that as a big thing, but I found out that when they do come, generally, because Washington's given them the word, they act as though they start becoming creepy, right? They start worrying because they don't know what's going to happen. It's no longer they're in charge. They know they're not in charge, and they don't know what's going to happen to them, especially when they have done something to someone and Washington cares about it, right? For instance, there were a number of people that were let in the jails. Marshall was in one of the jails. I didn't see him because I was short at the time. But Marshall was in one of the jails. They had the NAACP was in one of the jails. Our top man in Mississippi got to come in and visit, right, early when we were in the downtown jail. Mm-hmm. A woman, I can't think of her name, but she was a powerful Methodist woman, could come on into the jail when we were in Jackson, right?
To visit.
Yeah, and to bring stuff. And
so this is the Freedom Rides you have described your direct participation in an event that really transformed the whole movement from May through the summer of 1961. Because by the
Precisely.
end there were 600 Freedom Riders.
Yeah, that's it.
Staying in Parchman for the summer, and it became quite a phenomenon. Can you tell me, when you came out of prison, what was it like to come out of Parchman as a Freedom Rider? Could you tell the world had changed?
Yeah, no. And this is one reason I wished I had been there all summer. See, I wasn't there but a week and a
Because
half,
you got
2
hit,
weeks.
you were-
That's a good point. And the blood came out. Right? I was saved by the blood.
Right.
Oh, by the way, I used that when we got back to Nashville. When Kelly brought us back to Nashville, we went into a mass meeting. All right, and that's what I used as text. Right?
Saved by the blood.
That's right. Is that there's no? I used the other one. Is that no? I use another one. Is that there is no redemption without the shedding of blood? There's no redemption of sin. Mm-hmm. All right, and that's what I use for that evening, and because every time it got to be a habit that I had to talk for each mass meeting. Right.
Well, nevertheless, you didn't stay for the whole term in Parchman, but you were a Freedom Rider. You were on the first bus of the Freedom
first
Rider.
bus. That's
and
right. Helped
how
organize.
has that marked your life? I mean, are there that many people that are aware, given all the other things you've done, is the fact that you're a Freedom Rider, has it been a large or small part of your identity?
Oh no, it's been a large part of my understanding my identity, right? But the major one for me is that internally is the one where that I could feel that down the back of my head, right? And that this guy wanted to shoot me and didn't, all right? Now that to me is the deepest peace. It was as though I was warned, all right? I'm walking away from the guy. Parchman is a place where they kill anybody black anytime they want to, right? We were the only two there because the whatever the prisoners said wouldn't have made a difference, but we couldn't even see them. It was as though I've always often wanted to go back and walk through all of this again, right? But is though they made this place in the jail as though most of the jail, the open area where people came to, is back here. Then there was a crook. Well, you got to do it this way, kind of crook there, right? So that only one person could get through here. So I mean, and then you went back to where the bars were, right? And when the big gate, right? And and only one guy could get well, 2 or 3 guys could get through the gate, but they couldn't. They would be jamming up trying to get any further. But I think it was really to keep guys from coming out of the cell in case anything happened, right? Jam them up there at the gate.
Right.
The policemen would be standing down at the end of the hall, right? And they would never get out of the hall. You see, I think that's really what was happening. But see, it's the mystery of that. I feel something that causes me to turn around when the guy's got the gun in my head.
Right.
And when he invited me in, it was almost like it's like he was doing a wonderful thing, doing me a favor, right? And then suddenly when I feel this red and can see red, right, down the back of my head, right, and I turn around and there's that guy. To me, that's one of the most. I only have had a couple what I call truly religious experiences like that in my life, right? I had another one in a jail in Alabama, right, where I just put my fingers behind my head just in time, if I had had more time, my fingers would have been like that, and that when that billy club hit it would have destroyed. It would have broken my what's it called, right? It would have broken my knuckles, right? And probably, but forever, be knuckles, and that's a kind of funny thing, right? You break them and they crack, and you will feel it the rest of your life, right? Had I not got to this position, right, the blow could have really hurt me deeply, But it hit me right just as my fingers came together, so it padded the blow. But the ends of my fingers I couldn't feel for 3 days, right? Took 3 days for the pain to stop.
Do you remember which jail this was or when?
No, it's I can see the jail. I can see the jailer, and I can see the warden of the jail, because the whole thing was, for instance, they bring me in. I think it was right after this thing with Sheriff Clark.
Oh.
See, they put me in jail there.
So this is in Selma.
Yeah, this is in Selma, and they take me over to the jail, and this is another one of those great big guys. Remember I said a while ago, every now and then there was one of these policemen looked like he should have been on the playing halfback for the Bears or something, right? Huge guy. I kind of knew what was happening when we got onto the elevator. It's one of those little dinky elevator types, I mean, from that period, we're talking about 50, 60 years ago, I mean, right? And it worked by hand. They used to all work by hand, like department stores, and they'd have pretty girls there doing it, all that kind of stuff, right? But this guy was the head of the jail, right? And he started to take us up, and we were crowded on this because the other guy's so big, and the guy was in charge of the jail, and I about the same size, but all three of us together filled that jail, filled that little elevator. But what bothered me about it was I knew when I stepped on it what was happening. I just knew that this guy was going to try to hit me. But I could feel it, but I didn't really know it until he said to the jailer, he said to him, "Let me hit him." And he felt as though he had to be able to be okay with the jailer, right? He said, "Let me hit him." And this great big guy, and he was behind me, right? He couldn't swing too well. It was kind of tight there, but he was behind me. And then he asked him, "Let me hit him." And the jailer looked at him as if to say, "You are sick." You know what I mean? But he couldn't say nothing. See, one of the things you learn, and you don't have to be in the Deep South, and you don't have to be in jail, and you don't have to be between policemen, is that the hardest thing for a white man to do is to tell another white man he's a racist. And you can be, I don't care where you are, right? And I can give it to you. 25, 30 years ago, I could give it to you north as well as south, but particularly in the south, right? Is that, so I knew what was going to happen. And the jailer turned his head. When the jailer turned his head, I knew it was coming, boy. And I just, went up like that. And I was trying to get my fingers together. And just as they came together, the blow came down, right? And that gave me a cushion. And that cushion made all the difference in the world. Because when they hit you with a gun, he was a big man, boy.
Do you think this was the same day as your confrontation with Sheriff Clark?
I think so. That's the only time.
Because I know the record was that you went into Good Samaritan Hospital Dr. King tried to visit you, but by the time he got there, you were already back in the jail. So.
Yeah. See, well, but this wouldn't have, no, because let me tell you, no, it couldn't have been then. Let me tell you what happened. When they took me upstairs, you know, see, that's why we're in the elevator. We went up to where the cells were, right? Because that's different than the other place we're talking about. We're talking about Parchman, right? They were all on that same floor, right? Because they're out on the farm, they got plenty of room. So we go up, and the guy, the warden, opens the cell, and this other guy just shoves me in, right? And the beds are made to the wall. I mean, they're made to the wall. And so when when I got in there, I jumped with joy, right? Well, now it sounds like I jumped with joy because they didn't shoot me or something, right? No, I jumped with joy. I said, you know, and I got on my knees. I mean, very quickly, I was praying. Thank you, Father, because I did what I was supposed to do. You understand my point? I mean, and this is why I know I'd had an encounter, right, with someone, and this is why I was thinking about it was Selma, because I felt that way after the encounter in Selma, that I had said all the right things, I had done all the right things. When that Selma thing sounds like it's almost written, right? You know, with
all the dialogue.
Yeah, the dialogue, right?
We have the names of your badges. We know what you've done.
Yeah, that's it. It sounds like a dialogue, wasn't it? I had no idea what I was going to say as I was walking to it.
Yeah.
I hadn't even thought up of anything, right? In fact, I had no idea what was going to happen when I got there. I thought they would let us in and we would have some sort of encounter or conversation or whatever with whoever was in charge of the voting.
The courthouse.
Yeah,
right.
See what I mean? Mm-hmm. But he comes out of the courthouse, right? He comes out of the courthouse and closes the door behind him. The door was closed, but I mean, he let the door close behind him. But he had all his guys out up on the top step. So when we get there on the bottom step, they're on the top step, right? And we march up to him, okay? About 40 people, right?
This is February 15th, 1965. We're jumping ahead. We'll stop. But it's in the middle of Selma.
I don't know when date anything happens. I always come to my wife about dates. It's just marvelous to hear you sit there and lay it out.
This is 3 weeks before Bloody Sunday in Selma.
Yeah.
Just to finish this off.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Just to get this out, right?
Uh-huh.
But because I was talking about the various times that have been a real mystery for me. You see what I mean? And this was one of them, right? The other one was the one, though, just to keep us in line now, all right? Was the one where we're in line with where you're going, right? Is when the guy that took me back to the cell had pulled a gun on me.
Right.
And I had no idea, right?
Well, that finishes off the Parchman story, your part in one of the great seminal transformations of the civil rights movement, which is the Freedom Rides, which became a phenomenon, kind of internationalized the movement. Yeah. We'll probably need to take a break and figure out our strategy here. I'd like to ask you
another hour.
I'd like to ask you one last question.
Two, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah.
How did you become director of affiliates at SCLC? Because that will set us, and then we can stop.
Okay. Good.
This is just a job.
Take to it very quickly. I was a leader of, when I had left Nashville to go to Chattanooga, and I was pastoring in Chattanooga, okay? I built a church in Nashville. When I went to Chattanooga, I wanted to build a church as well, right? Because of the church we had, nice, but it wasn't what I wanted, right? And but there was a fellow there that was the pastor of the church a block away, he loved journalism as I did, right? We had met one time before because we were trying to put our two newspapers together. to save money and all that sort of thing, right? And just change names instead of, and use both his information and my information to make it more of a newspaper, right? And and we also, Jesse Hill here in Nashville, in Atlanta, right? We were trying to all three get together, right? And after all, Jesse had money and we didn't, right? So I had met this fellow from Chattanooga before, right? And he was a bright guy, and it was just nice to be with the group. But he had the stats on voting in Chattanooga. That's what I needed in order for us to plan strategy, okay? When I saw what the stats were, I thought, well, what are we standing still for, okay? And I'm used to the action. I just left where we just opened up Nashville, right? And so I began to organize it, and he had all the stats we needed and had some contacts, but he wasn't liked. And that was what was slowing him down. And, well, I happened to be liked, so coming in from a victory like that, and everybody thankful in Chattanooga, get my point, that anything had happened, right? So we got together, and then we began to plan the real action for it. We created, we ended up before it was over, electing 3/5 of City Hall. And on one of the rainiest election days that anybody would want to see, that usually slows us down tremendously, slows everybody down. But if you're not used to voting, it slows you down more than that. We went and got people out of beds and so forth, right? The rain slacked off by the end of the day, and we were getting people out and in to vote. We took 3/5 of city council, okay? We didn't get the mayor. Now, this is what was, I forgot to tell you about. Important part of the strategy was this, is that we found out that 20% of the vote in Chattanooga was paid for, right? They paid black people to vote. But we saw that 20% as totally different. So what my basic speech was, or into the basic speech as I was going over the city getting people out to vote, was that they have been making a fool out of you, right? By buying you, right? As though you were slaves, right? Is that let's make a fool out of them, right? And take their money, keep it, right? They can't pay you what they owe you, right? But vote like you want to. In fact, I was right down the street behind a car during the voting on another day, not on the rainy day, but on another day, because we had to we took 3 straight elections, right? This guy had his straw hat on, and waiting for people who wanted to go vote to get in the car, and the woman was dressed all nicely and with a ribbon across her, all that, vote for whatever this guy's name was, so I really saw a guy get into the car to go vote, and the next thing I saw him getting out. I mean, within minutes. So I when he left, I walked up to them and I said, "What happened?" And it says he wanted to vote for, I think the guy's name was Brown. He wanted to vote for Brown. And I said, "Well, yeah, but that's who you're supposed to be taking." He said, "I know it." The point is, he was keeping the money, but he wasn't going to take anybody who wanted to vote for the guy that was buying him. All right, but it was that kind of thing that helped us win in Chattanooga, right?
So how is that connected to?
Well, that's my point. That's how Martin knew how effective I could be. In Nashville, next thing was Chattanooga, and we won that. In fact, we even created a statewide voters organization, right? So Martin asked me to come, and Dorothy Cotton had heard me give a speech, right, somewhere. And Dorothy Cotton had been telling him about me, right? So he wanted to...
Dorothy's on Dr. King's staff.
Yeah, that's right, Dorothy Cotton, right. And so he wanted to see me. And the next thing I know, Wyatt T. Walker is asking me to come to Atlanta about it, right? About being this new post they had, National Director of Affiliates. If you were in Nashville, if you were in NAACP, you would have called it branches. See, we had affiliates just so we could have a name for all the other things. So if it had Martin's name on it, or if it was SCLC affiliated, I was over that and having to take care of it and deal with it and et cetera. Right? And the way we were structured, the money didn't come from the ground up. The money came from the national office down. You see what I mean? Every local tried to get as much of their own funding as they could, but for serious projects is that we got it from the office. So they called me to come in. I was also troubleshooter in that sense, so I traveled everywhere.
So for the rest of the career that we'll talk about later,
Yeah.
your movement affiliation is with the SCLC as Director of Affiliates. You still
Yeah.
got your church.
Yeah, no, I gave it up.
You
as
gave
I
it up
left.
when?
Yeah, I gave it up as I left to take SCLC's job.
So that became
Yeah.
a full-time job.
Yeah.
I think you went
Oh,
in 1962, which is before Birmingham.
Yeah. Yeah. That, in fact, is exactly at Birmingham. See, that was my first assignment out of the national office. That was my assignment out of the national office. Wyatt T. Walker and I began Birmingham.
Right.
See, Fred Shuttlesworth had begun Birmingham a long time ago. Get my point? But our participation in it was at that exact point. I joined Wyatt T. and we go into Nashville to open it up.
Right. You mean into Birmingham?
Into Birmingham.
Yeah, that was Dr. King's big gamble to go into Birmingham.
It was, but I was there giving a speech last week, 2 weeks ago, or something like that. The last couple of weeks, and something really became very clear as I was going through the speech. Is that had we lost Birmingham, there wouldn't have been a voting rights bill.
Oh, I think.
If we'd lost Birmingham, we couldn't have made Selma. Birmingham was the necessary thing. But you see, we could not lose. I know we're not on your track right now.
No, you're on the track. 'Cause
okay, good.
Your first assignment as Director of Affiliates
okay, good.
is Birmingham, and Birmingham is Dr. King's big go for broke. Because what he said was, at his convention in Birmingham in '62, at the end, he said, in the 8 years since the Brown decision, we've been working hard in the movement, but the opposition has organized as powerfully as we have. And right here during his convention, he said it took 23,000 soldiers to get James Meredith, one black student in Ole Miss. We've got to take a big break or we're going to lose our window in history. So he said we can go in and try to do Birmingham. So that's your first assignment. And Wyatt Walker presented his plan for it called Project C for confrontation.
This is why he goes in, right?
Wyatt Walker was Dr. King's chief of staff.
That's chief of staff at the time.
Yeah.
And the thing is that we go in to open it up. The first thing, but what I was, I've said what
just
that
do
other
a
thing
little
is.
of the beginning of Birmingham.
Yeah,
what you
that's
remember
what I
about
want to do
that?
right
Where
now,
we can
right?
end.
In fact, when we began Birmingham, right? When we began Birmingham, SCLC began Birmingham, because Fred was so important. I mean, I just never liked to act as though it started with us. It started with Fred, right? But when we first moved in, this story tells you exactly what was going on. We were trying to set up this little office, right, that we had, Wyatt and I, right? And so looking out in a window, and you saw the telephone company building, or you could see the whole side of it, right? And and it had balconies all the way up, right, each floor. And there were two guys out there smoking cigarettes. So I think it was Wyatt. I don't think it was me. I think it was Wyatt that made a telephone call, and I saw those guys sort of hurry in as he was making the call. All right. So when Wyatt gets off the phone, I said, "Wyatt, I think I know that those guys over there on that balcony are government guys, right? And so let's have some fun." So, so we started making telephone calls, and they would run in, right? And then we'd hang up the phone, and they'd appear again. So we did it about 4 or 5 times until we knew what was really happening. And it was always funny to me to think about it's bad enough that you're in Birmingham, right? But the feds on top of that increased it. But you were very clear where you were, what was going on, who you're going to have to deal with. It all became very clear when you picked up that phone, and you knew that the regular stuff remember the regular stuff is where we always knew that we were being bugged, right? And as we rented this little space, all right, the first thing we did was to begin to look for bugs, right? Because if we could stop it, fine, if we couldn't, fine, right? But we knew that that we had problems that we weren't expecting in terms of cutting off the whole telephone call. It's one thing to be bugged in your room. It's another thing that every telephone call that comes in and out of your place is also going to be covered. You know what I mean? But it gave us something to go with. Now, let's look at another, because you're looking more for high points. Let's look another at Birmingham, right? Is that because everybody knows when the hoses was turned on, right?
Right.
Okay. Now,
May 3rd.
I love it.
1963.
I wish I want this tape because I want to know all these dates, right? But the May the 3rd, you say it was?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good, all right. So we were sending students downtown.
Young kids.
That's
yeah.
right. They were turning the hoses on them. We were sending guys out. Wyatt and I were inside the church, right? Wyatt and I were inside the church, so that we were sending folk out the front door toward the park, right? And while the firemen and so forth were all involved in that, we were sending others out the back door, right down the street, get a bus, and we're going right downtown. Finally, the sheriff who was head of the
Bull Connor.
Bull Connor, head of the police department and the fire. He was head of everything at the time.
Public Safety Commissioner.
Yeah, that's it. Public safety. That's what it's called. And remember, he ran in the same time he ran for mayor. He was trying to take it all, right? So, and he thought this was the time to do it. Remember, we stopped then and went to Washington. Mm-hmm. So he must have gotten a call that said they're downtown, because all of a sudden the hoses stopped, because there wasn't any sense to keep turning the hose on us. We were already downtown. They expected us all to come out the front door. we hadn't gone out the back door, taking buses downtown, and changed the tenor of it all, right?
Absolutely. That was of course, there had been all these demonstrations in Birmingham, and I want to talk after a break about the decision to use young people, because I know that was crucial. But what
important.
you just described was when finally, after the big breakthrough that melted people's hearts in a way, you occupied downtown so much that the city powers wanted to make a deal. So
That's
that
exactly
was really
right.
the beginning of the deal.
That was the
Birmingham.
beginning of the deal.
At the great
see,
climax of
there's-
Birmingham.
That's only one other piece with that. It was the dogs.
The dogs,
You
right?
see what I mean?
Right.
That dog thing backfired on them.
Oh,
right?
absolutely. And the hoses too.
Yeah, and
The dogs
see,
and the
it's that
hoses.
combination. It was that combination. See, is that it said how really brutal they were without our saying it, and the whole world knew that kind of brutality couldn't made us honest. I mean, they knew that we were saying everything that we were saying was right.
Absolutely.
Right? And when I tell you what, when the dogs showed up, when they turned those dogs on us, and the hoses, the next day, where you see the one where the guy's trousers are ripped
Right.
down there with the dog. The next day is that ministers were coming in from all over the country.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it changed the very tenor of everything.
One of the great breakthroughs. Well, we need to come back to Birmingham, but for one thing that you mentioned
Yeah.
that Elaine has asked about,
Yeah.
which is
Send
you
off.
said that when you did the march in Nashville, the Luby March in April of 1960, that you sang for a while and then switched to a silent march going into downtown after a technique that had been developed in New York in the 1920s. Can you just tell us briefly about that in the New York in the 1920s, if you know, because we hadn't heard
I
of
don't
it.
know much about it, except that it was called the Silent March, all right, and it was designed by W.B. Du Bois. But all the great ones of that period were involved in it, right? And they had, according to what I remember and pictures I saw, they'd put up banners and so forth. It was around lynching, right?
Right.
To the end of lynching, and this was this silent march.
Silent marches against lynching in New York,
That's it. Right.
organized by the NAACP, if it was Dr. Du Bois.
That's exactly right, and that was W.B. Du Bois. That's right. Now, and you see, and they didn't stomp or anything, but you couldn't hear nothing but their feet, right?
I see.
Couldn't hear nothing but their feet, right?
And you people knew about it in
See,
Nashville.
and so this is what and that's right. And this is what we, so as we were going, we didn't do it until we were going into downtown, right? As we turned, see, you come down, you turn, and you go in toward City Hall, and you cut across the street. You would come to the publishing house and then go one block over, right?
All right.
Is that, and down in that, as you turn toward town, there's a lot of small factory-like buildings, right? Now, some of them are still there. I don't know whether that's still there or not. Some of them they moved, and some of them still there. That's when these guys backed up against the wall.
Right. Yeah, you said that.
Yeah.
Tell me this: if you have a reaction, I'm going to try to jump
Yeah.
around a
Yeah,
little
that's
bit.
all right. Oh,
If it
please,
triggers
please,
a story,
please, yeah.
tell the story. If
Yeah.
not, just
Yeah,
tell me and I'll move on.
Oh, okay, good.
The moment when Dr. King, in the Gaston Motel, had to decide whether or not to go to jail when he went into the Birmingham jail.
That's great.
The
And
famous
I'm
story
not the one
with
to tell
Daddy
you
King
that.
and everything.
I wasn't there.
You weren't there, okay.
But the person who tells it so well is Dorothy Cotton.
Right.
All right, she tells it so well.
Dorothy Cotton was on Dr.
Yeah.
King's staff.
But-
Actually
but,
came down from Petersburg with Wyatt
That-
Walker.
that's right, with Wyatt T.
Yeah, I know her very well.
And there was another guy with them. Wyatt T. brought two people. One of them was Dorothy, and another one's another person that never gets brought up. He turned a radio here in town, right? very early after coming.
All right. The decision, because even after Dr. King came out of jail in Birmingham, before those big dogs and hoses marches, the Birmingham movement was almost on life support, and Bevel and Dorothy Cotton and the people running those youth workshops said, we're not out of volunteers yet, we've got these young people. And lots of people had talked about debates within the movement over whether to use young people and how young to use them. Does that trigger any?
Oh yeah, definitely. That was a real argument, is what should happen. Bevel was the one that really said young people should go, right? That you're never too young to fight for your freedom became the thing for all of us. But I mean, it was Bevel who brought it up and made it and really fought for it, right? And Diane, of course, they were married at the time, right? But that changed things. In fact, I have a list of 6 things I want to give to the museum in Birmingham. I mean, ideas, right? And that's one of them, that they're not highlighting that enough, right? It's the only place, all right, and I want to say in the Western world, but it's the only place in nonviolent work I know in the West where there was a children's movement. Right now, but do you know the other part of it where they get out to the jail, and because when the people that Sunday when people come out and go out to the jail to sing to their kids, and the firemen refuse to turn the hoses on them. Okay, I just wanted to be certain of that.
That's a great story.
Oh, that's a great story.
But the decision to use children,
and
you're absolutely right.
The
only time I wrote in one of my prefaces that the only parallel that I know of is the Passover story, where the children in Egypt.
You're talking about going back.
That's going way, but I mean where people that young have that kind of historical impact.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. It just didn't happen. In fact, this is why there was an argument against using it, because we thought, everybody thought, oh, you shouldn't use children. Why not? Right? But I think one of the reasons is because most adults weren't ready to do it, period. Right? Much less have children do it. Listen, I remember doing that thing. I was having kids come out of one of the high schools. High schools, they're like small colleges, right? And they were coming out of windows, right? Coming down. And you reminded me when you said that. One of my arguments I was making to the kids is that it had been raining one morning when I went over there, and the stream was coming through the schoolyard, and I told them, cross over Jordan, baby. Let's go do it, right? Is that and we did, right? And we did, right? And they were right with it. They so badly wanted to come out. The principal had to so badly keep them in. They locked all the doors, and so the kids were crawling out of windows, all right, and jumping down from that second floor. You know, because the first floor is always a little higher, right? And they were coming down and hanging down and falling and jumping out of windows, right, so that they could go on out and do it. There was no doubt in the kids' minds, all right?
No,
none at all.
But plenty in the adults' mind.
That's exactly right, but not in the kids' mind. And I think part of it, I think that the adults was afraid they may be blamed for something. You see what I mean? Rather than because all of us in Birmingham knew that everybody in Birmingham was part of the movement, right?
Right.
But then, like so many things, you never knew what the police were going to do to them.
So that's a good comment about the faithfulness of the children in Birmingham. So jumping from there, what about the March on Washington? Any memories or stories about the March on Washington?
Stories or memories? No, I have a picture where they cut my head off. Who was the great writer of that time?
Baldwin?
Baldwin. Baldwin's being there was the most interesting thing for me, that I consider a story, right? But it's just that he was there and we were along the back and we were talking and so forth, and not just he and I mean, you know, a whole gang of about 15, 20 of us.
Back to Birmingham, just briefly. For all the argument and the resistance of the parents in Birmingham, there were arguments in practically every black home in Birmingham about what to do with this. Should we let our children do it? Should we keep them from doing it? It's also true, though, that a lot of the parents who didn't want their children involved in it, practically none did, were converted by their children when they actually did it. There's this famous story of the woman walking along the line, all upset that she sees her 8-year-old marching, and then she says, "Sing, children, sing," because
She changed her mind.
she just kind of gave into it.
Yeah.
So that happened,
Sing,
right?
children, sing. I guess I never heard that one, but I love it because it whether it's true or not, it gets the whole feeling of everything that half of the stuff that happened. I was very clear that everybody wanted it to happen. Now, not that when I say everybody, it's overdoing it. I mean, there was a lot of argument, but I don't think it was nearly as intense as it seems. Is that because and when the children went to jail, that did change everything, right? There was no longer anything, but I think it's no longer because they knew they wouldn't be hurt, right? But the story to me is more so than the kids going, is that the parents coming out.
The Birmingham church bombing, where were you on that Sunday in September?
The church, I don't know.
You don't know.
No,
Did you go in for the funeral or any of the things right afterwards?
No, I wasn't into that funeral, no. Jimmy Lee Jackson I was.
Well, that's okay.
Yeah.
Well, then
That comes later.
later in '63, right before the Kennedy assassination, just very briefly, if you had any memory, because this has been a big year and breakthrough for nonviolence and everything, and your SCLC convention was in Richmond, and you had a nonviolent workshop there that I know you were on called The Power of Nonviolence with you, Bayard Rustin, Jim Lawson, and James Bevel, talking about the power of nonviolence in the year 1963. It was in a hotel in Richmond. Is that in a blur?
To me, it's just another one of those speeches.
All right.
What I mean is you did so much of them that time, at that time, it didn't stand out.
Yeah. The next year, 1964, is the year of the filibuster, the passage of the Civil Rights Bill, and for Dr. King, it's widely overlooked and not very much known because what dominated the news was Mississippi Summer, where the students and SNCC were in Freedom Summer that year.
Yeah, we all went down for that.
But Dr. King was more in St. Augustine, and you were a leader of that group. Some people told me that Dr. King actually didn't really want to go in. In fact, I think Andy told me that Dr. King didn't want to get engaged in a major movement there with a filibuster going on, but it just kind of happened. Does that seem true?
It didn't. Yeah, there was more to it than that. Is
Okay.
that because I went down, there was an argument over should we, but the real argument is that but what we need to do is to keep the legislation moving in Washington.
Right.
See what I mean? The real reason for St. Augustine was not St. Augustine, right? It was keeping the legislation going, coming out of Birmingham, right? Is it because we had to get Johnson to really come through with that stuff, right? We had heard it, and then Johnson came through with it. That's why we got to March. Remember, we had to wait until the second, third time, right? Because Johnson hadn't signed off on the stuff we wanted to. You knew that, of course, right? But then the next step is that once it got to Congress, could we get it through Congress, right? St. Augustine's real purpose was to get it through Congress. All right. Well, you can tell me that story better than I can probably. But the point is that so I wanted to go. Bevel didn't want to go. You notice Bevel wasn't there, right? Because part of the argument was that it's not necessary, it's unimportant, it's small stuff. But usually I didn't get in the arguments. And the only reason is because once the decision's going to be made, it's going to be made, right? And we were going with it. Now, I didn't care, I didn't argue. If I cared, I only then argued. I mean, if I really cared and I saw my side was losing, that's when I jumped in the argument, right? And this is why I had to jump in the argument with those who said, you know, it's unimportant. And no, it's not unimportant. I mean, action isn't finished till it's finished, right?
So tell us about St. Augustine itself. Why St. Augustine? It's the oldest city in North America.
And it was their 100th anniversary or 200, whatever it was, right?
Their 400th anniversary.
400th, and that was it. It was their 400th anniversary. Well, with the 400th anniversary and the tourists coming through there, right? And all of the meaning of that, this was the time to be there. And we couldn't swim on the beach, right? Here's 1,600 feet of beach, and you couldn't swim on it, right? Is that
We should stop there. People don't know what you're saying.
Yeah.
It was a segregated beach. Literally,
Yeah.
black people were not allowed to go on the public beach into the ocean.
Yeah, precisely right, right?
And if they did, what would happen?
Yeah. Now, the 1,600, okay, let me answer your question, right? Because I said 600 feet, that's was a black-owned.
A black-owned beach, right.
That's right. Now, because if you went in, they would drown you. To give you an idea of what I'm talking about, is that they would create all the guys, because they were always on the beach, all the white guys were on the beach, and they swam all the time, right? It was just natural. They almost swam like fish. I mean, they're used to it. Is that most black people don't swim, right? They at all, right? Much less swim in the ocean, right? So what they would do is to create like of a net, like a human net, right? And then as you walk forward, they would go deeper. Walk forward into it, they'd go deeper, right? Walk forward and they'd go deeper. Now, we would have really been in trouble on the big one. I was leading it. Fred Shuttlesworth came out from nowhere and joined me. And Fred said, "Can you swim?" Out the side of his mouth. He said, "Can you swim?" I says, "Yeah, but not in an ocean." And the idea being is these guys are going to take you out in the ocean, right? So Fred couldn't swim, right? So, but he said, "Well, let's go in at an angle." I said, "Fred, this is the ocean. You go in at an angle." These guys know the whole thing, right? All they do is move over a step. You're talking about going the angle, right? But but he came on, and we got out to about here, right? And one of their guys jumped too soon, because they were going to take us out up to their neck, which you can do in St. Augustine. You know, you walk straight out up to your neck in St. Augustine. That's why I love the beach out there, right? But and a guy moved, and he moved too soon, and then all of them, they disconnect their hand because they jumped, right? And that really saved us, actually. A guy jumped on top of me, however, right? And wow, took me right to the bottom. And he's on top of me. Well, as I said, I can't swim in an ocean, right? I used to teach at the YMCA in a pool. I didn't do it in the ocean. So, and my face was in the sand, and I said, and I laughed to myself. I said, "This is it." And I figured this was it. This is over. I knew I wasn't going to get off underneath this guy, right? And my face was already in the sand, so what, right? And right after that, there was a jerk. I shot straight to the top. A policeman had come over and jerked this guy off of me, all right? When I didn't see any policeman. There's a picture that shows policemen, but that's an after shot, because there wasn't any policeman when we started in, right? And there was two guys way over to the side, and I know they couldn't have gotten there. The two policemen way over on the side, and I mean, almost. It was yards and yards, like 100 yards away from us, right? And that's about right, about 100 yards away. And I know they couldn't have got there that quickly, but the guy was a policeman, he pulled me off. He pulled the guy off of me. I shot to the surface, and then he started to arrest me. And I said, "You don't arrest me." I said, "He's the guy that jumped on me. I got a right to be on this ocean." And he looked back and forth, and this guy ran because he knew I was right. This guy ran, and the policeman was caught between, and he was afraid to go get him because he was still thinking about what I said, right? And then he decided that I was right too. So he was very nice from that time on. Took me up to the beach and got me towels and everything, right? He was very nice then. And that's another thing I found, that the jail was horrible. In fact, when I looked...
The jail in St. Augustine.
Yeah, the jail in St. Augustine, right.
Dr. King said that was one of the most violent places he was down there, and it was not the Klan because it was mostly Catholic. That's where Hoss Manussi had like these posses.
Yeah, in fact, that was their Klan. You know what I mean? Hoss Manussi was the guy. He had this whole Hoss Manussi and his what? They had a term for it, his followers, right? They were the Klan. Now, but let's a couple of things
About St. Augustine.
Yeah,
they had the old slave market
yeah,
downtown,
that's
which
it.
was a tourist
Yeah,
attraction.
That's right, and that's what I turned into. This is before Andy and them really came, right?
Right.
That's what I turned into a teaching center, right? I would walk a group down there at noon, and then I would be teaching them, but I was really teaching all these people that came to eat, because people would come to eat and have sandwiches and so forth, and they'd want to know what was happening. So then you could see them just leaning towards it because they wanted to hear, and so it was our way of getting a message through to them about why we were there, what we were doing, what we were about, right? So it worked in our favor. Now, Dorothy, by the way, Hosea created the Midnight March.
Hosea Williams.
Yeah,
Right.
Hosea created the Midnight March. But we went down on a midnight march one night, right? And Dorothy Cotton and I was leading the group, right? And we were coming in, not right there in the front, it was round to the side somehow, right? And the policeman would not let us in, right?
Into the slave market area.
Into the slave market area. They cut us off from it, wouldn't let us into it, right? Well, they knew something we did not know. The Klan, or Manussi's guys, right, were there waiting for us, okay? And they had chains and steel bars and all kinds of stuff. Now, so we stopped there and prayed, but we couldn't move on. And so that was the night that Dorothy talks about when we were praying and she said something, and this guy says, or somebody prayed to God and says, "Niggas ain't got no God," remember? As I almost say it like Dorothy said it, right? You know, because that stuck out in her mind. But we were leading the march down there, one of those midnight march things. I was leading another midnight march one night when about 40 of us were sent to the hospital, right? Is that what they would, you have that old Mexican kind of walls around things, right? And they would throw stuff over the walls onto us as we marked on the sidewalk. And we'd have to move over to the middle of the street. And those walls are so beautiful in the daytime, right? But at night, they were dangerous, man. They were dangerous. And they'd climb up on the walls and throw stuff down on us, right? And we'd have to go out in the street because we'd be walking the sidewalks. I remember that night was when we went back to a church to recoup, and but I knew I couldn't let them, couldn't stop it, because here again, we won't let violence stop nonviolence, right? And so once we gave people time to get themselves together, and I gave another speech, and there was another guy with me from movement, right? And I gave him a speech and said, whether anybody goes or not, I'm going, right? And I stepped off this little platform and started down the aisle. And I didn't know where they were coming or not. It's one of those nights you don't really know, right? But the only way you're going to find out is you got to go, right? And so I started walking down the aisle. I got about halfway in. I sort of looked behind me, and they were coming out the aisles and joining in to walk on out, right? And I remember a woman sort of getting up, unclear whether she really wanted to go, but she had made up her mind she was going, and she walked to the center aisle and came on out too, and down the street we went.
Oh, this is St. Augustine. It's a movement that not a lot of people even know about, because it was overshadowed by the national events, but it was
Precisely.
to keep the issue of racial discrimination and violence alive in the country, because even at that point there were some people saying we don't really need the Civil Rights Bill because that's a thing of the past.
Precisely. And we were saying is that all of those are Southern excuses not to pass the bill, right? And that we have to show that the South is, wherever you go, like this, like it was in Birmingham, right?
Right.
And so when they could see it, we would march at midnight with the bell. We'd march about 15 minutes till midnight, 20 minutes till midnight, and then the bell, the midnight bell, would go on the church tower, all right? And
Yeah, the Episcopal Church was
on
right
the
there next to the slave auction.
That's it. Boom, boom, right? As it would go off, right? And we would march through it, and there could be all these guys waiting to do you in, because they were trying to stop you from marching, right?
And Dr. King went to jail in St. Augustine
Yeah,
too.
that's
So did Fred
exactly right.
Shuttlesworth and
Yeah.
you, and
Yeah,
19 rabbis came down and went to jail. So this,
precisely, and they put them all in one cell.
right.
I think it was one cell. I know they put 13 of them in one cell.
Yeah, it's a remarkable time. After St. Augustine, the great landmark passage of the Civil Rights Bill, which not only desegregates the South, but it also provides for equal employment, not just for black and white, but
That's
also
it.
for women, and
That's exactly right.
freedom's benefits spread. But
That's it.
anyway, after that summer, that great landmark, Dr. King wins the Nobel Prize and says he's going to Selma. As I understand it in the records, you were one of the ones that went to scout.
Yeah, see, I have to. See, that national affiliate.
Right.
Director
You were
of affiliates.
scouting for a place to have a voting rights movement in Alabama.
Precisely. Well, Martin had pretty much made up his mind, though, really.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? But I was doing that because that was necessary. See what I mean? But what I really went in there for is to see how well they were prepared for it and to get an invitation from them. See, remember, SNCC was just leaving. You get my point. SNCC had not pulled it. All right. But I think it was a difference in strategies. See, SNCC was not trying for a bill. What the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee was you come to a town, you set up, and you prepare those people and keep them struggling and keep them fighting till their town was cleaned up.
Right.
Now, truthfully, when you're dealing with Selma, you're not just dealing with the town. You're dealing with all those surrounding counties. You see what I mean? And black people were coming in from those counties into Selma, right? For the action. Now, there's a woman that's written a book about that. Her name is starts with an F. She teaches Black Studies at the University of Tennessee. Fleming's is her name, right? She's supposed to be doing a book on me. She's been doing it for 2 years. But the point is, well, I mean, but she's had real reasons for not finishing it, because there wasn't that much. She writes small books, but they're very good books, right? And she, this last book she's written is Selma and the Surrounding Counties.
Right.
She's got another name, that's a subtitle, right? I keep thinking about the couple of things you should know in St. Augustine. I don't know whether you know or not, right? But they're very important, is that we were going to have a meeting with a citizen, a congressperson, state congressperson, and who ran a real estate office downtown. Martin had said that we should all be talking to each other, right? It was a part of trying to create some real relationships. This guy said, and everybody was saying no, and the white people, we don't want to talk to them, right? But this guy did, and he said so in the paper, and that we would have a meeting at 2 o'clock at his office or 3 o'clock at his office, whatever it was, right? And when we got there, his windows was knocked out, right? And we went in, and you could tell the guy had been crying. They had gotten there early and intimidated him out of his mind. He was afraid of everything. I've always wanted to know, never followed up, but I always wanted to know if he got reelected. You know what I mean? It would have been interesting.
Just for dialogue.
Yeah, that's right. It'd be a thing to know.
So we don't have much time left.
Yeah.
We're going to have to skip for a couple of things. I wanted to ask you about the two things. The decision to go north, to have a Chicago movement, was very controversial within SCLC.
Oh, that's it.
And
Within
how did
the
you
whole-
feel about it within the whole movement?
organization, right?
Uh-huh.
That was one of those things that it was so controversial. I didn't care. I was going either way. But I was on the edge of leaving.
Right.
So when we really, and this is one of the reasons I wasn't arguing it, give me a point, is that because I had created Upward Bound,
Right.
right? And now I got a call from Jim Morton, New York, right? And we're starting the Urban Training Center in Chicago. And they wanted me on staff. Well, I had come to the conclusion that when we won Selma, and we'd won it at that time, right, that was it, right? Is that I woke up one morning saying to myself, this is the end of the line. What we have to do is to train the guys in the locals, right? In other words, we got the big picture nationally. Now what we have to do is to go into the locals and make certain that this is pinned down, right? And I was walking around and for a day or so and thinking about it, and I had to go make some speeches across Indiana, across the Midwest, but mainly Indiana, right? And but Jim Morton had called me right before I left. I guess all this was happening about a week, because I know is that I had woken up thinking about it, and then but I was wondering how I was going to get it done, right? In other words, how are we going to make all these little towns, right? Well, all the cities really, no little towns we were in. So, and I got this call from a guy named Jim Morton, right? Well, I didn't know Jim at the time. He was he would later become dean. Jim Morton had later became dean of St. John the Divine in New York, right? And stayed there for about 25, 30 years before he now has another kind of thing going in New York, right? And so he said, Vivian, we're starting an urban training center. Well, I knew what an urban training center was, and knew why it existed, right? He said, we want you to come and take the Ford Fellowship program, and you can bring who you want for urban training. I just had the dream, right? I woke up thinking about it. I wasn't dreaming it. I woke up and saying it to myself, right? But I was trying to decide how you going to get that done, right? I'm facing something like that now. I got an educational program on, but and so I think Jim Caw and Urban Training Center was telling me about. So when I was driving across Indiana, I made my mind. Hey, what you waiting for, Vivian? That's the answer to your question. So I got a guy stop. A guy was driving me and had him to stop on the corner where there was a fill-in station and a telephone. Remember, they used to all be out there. We hardly have any telephones around anymore, right? So I called Jim, and Jim, I told him, yeah, I'm coming. And Jim said, wow, you know. And,
So you started a new career.
Yeah.
Training
right.
in the North.
Yeah, I think it's, if somebody can let them in so we can keep going, right? Is it I don't think it's that front door. Yeah, it's that other door. And straight down the aisle and to your right. And let up do you know how to let up the door? I hope so.
Figure it out.
But yeah, they got the door right. So and that's when I started the Urban Training Center. Well, that was from what we're saying is, but that was right before he was coming to Chicago. I was there before he was, right?
That's good.
And
So we're going to have to jump to a couple of things here at the end because we only got a few minutes.
Right, that's right.
Did you have anything to do with the Meredith March?
No, none at all. I was. All I can say is that I was there in Birmingham with who was the woman that was a great lawyer for NAACP, woman, and she became mayor of Manhattan later on. Anyway, she's quite a and I was there when the news came. We were eating breakfast at the what's called a motel in Birmingham.
Gaston?
Gaston, at the Gaston Motel.
When the news
word
came that Meredith had been shot?
That's right. And here's the story for you. You know what she said? No, that he was coming. Coming through. See, because it started in Tennessee, right?
Started in Memphis.
Memphis, right? And coming through Birmingham, right? And and because I know only because we were at that motel, right? Mm-hmm. And we got the message, and she said, but will he live until nightfall? Now that was not for Meredith. That was for the guy that.
William Moore?
Yeah, William Moore.
William
right.
Moore. That was in
So
1963.
He was dead, and then she takes it. He takes it up.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
No, that's all right. This is
Yeah. Okay.
because that was in '63. Final comments.
Yeah.
Because SNCC was always divided to some degree between, as you put it, the by any means necessary, and there was a religious element within SNCC too. Diane was part of it.
Yeah.
John Lewis stayed part of it until they threw him out.
That's right.
But then Black Power comes about in the summer of '66 by people who have been nonviolent for many years. Some of them just got tired of it. Some of them never believed in it, certainly religiously, and everything. How do you see it in retrospect, the split between the people who stayed with nonviolence and the people who abandoned nonviolence?
Well, I think that it became very clear the people that stayed with nonviolence won. Just that simple. The people, when you ask, my way of asking is who did what, right? Finally, in the final analysis, not who did what in that moment, who made what happen, right? Well, what did they do? Like anybody says to me, Malcolm or Martin, and I did that one day in a conference, right? Tell me, what did Malcolm do? Well, and they all backed off, right? Now, the same thing here is that by any means necessary, folk, in other words, what did they do? What did they get accomplished? In fact, SNCC ended up without having students, all right? They were not nonviolent, and they were no longer a committee. All right? Is that, but largely because they didn't have a base. You see what I mean? Is that SCLC only remained to now because it had church as a base. It had a base that was important, right? Is that, in fact, there's no reason for SCLC to still be alive, truthfully, right? But because of the church, they stayed alive in language and et cetera, right? Now, so that when you had guys like Foreman talking about, we'll kick the legs out from under you, right? They wanted him to try it, right? They just wanted an excuse to kill him. That was always the truth with everything, right? But they didn't even think it was important enough to kill. You see, is that the real question when people say, "Oh, are you worthy to be killed?" Right? Forget. I mean, if people don't want to kill everybody, you don't need to kill certain people. You only kill the ones that'll make the difference, right? The rest of them are just something to play with, right? And because that's the way I see most such movements, right?
Let's close just our last few minutes on a little bit on your relationship with Dr. King. What stands out about your, I mean, he's going through a lot. He's always expecting to be killed. Did you have many personal moments with him, or what sticks out in your memory about the course of life or reflective? I know you talked once about you gave him the news that Vernon Johns had died. That at one point he told you that you didn't. He asked you, did you think he knew what he was talking about when he was talking about the Vietnam War?
Oh yeah.
So you had some personal conversations. What sticks out in your mind there?
Is that the first one was when when I did a 24-page piece on him. Very early in the movements, right after he won in Selma. I mean in
Montgomery.
In Montgomery, when he won in Montgomery, right? Is the I went. He was getting an honorary doctorate from Fisk, and I went out to cover him because I was an editor of the Sunday School Publishing Board, right? And I did a 24-page piece on him, of which that was one of the pieces, right? And the rest of it were various articles that he had done, and a copy under pictures about Montgomery. That was the first one where that we talked things out right there, following on Fisk campus, following the Fisk thing. He and I met on the Fisk campus and had a conversation. That's when I knew that he was the man he should be. That's when I knew, because I'd already been in nonviolent and direct action. Give me a point. And to me, I was finding out whether he can go weather the storm beyond Montgomery, right? And I came to the conclusion that he not only could, but he was the ideal person for us. Just like Obama suddenly becomes a genius that steps out, from nowhere, right? And becomes president. That Martin was the first of these, and I call him the prophet of our age, is that line after line, talking and reading, Martin stands out. As Martin said, violence creates more problems than it solves, right? That was in that first speech. And this man's, got it, right? And I was beaten out against a background of 9 years before, 9 and 10 years before, because during those 2 years when I was doing movement in the North, right? Mm-hmm. Is that this is the spiritual insight, the religious insight. This is the knowledge that was going to make the difference, right? And that when Martin, when I understood from Martin the kind of stuff that he had from the line when he was saying is that the change that must happen was not legal. the change that must happen was moral and spiritual, right? And that the basis upon which we would move was that, right?
Couple of last things. Do you remember your last conversation with him?
Oh, no.
You don't.
No.
Do you remember a joke he told?
Yeah, I do remember one.
That can be told in an oral history.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. No, it's a very simple one and always makes a point. He was making a point. The guy went to buy a racehorse, right? Do you know this one? He says, do you know this one? It's a guy went to buy a racehorse, and so the fellow was showing him the racehorse, and he says, "Now let me show you this horse." Says, "Boy," says, "this horse is quite a horse." He used to this and he used to that, right? So Martin, or the guy in Martin's story, says, "Well, show me another one." And he says, "Now here is a horse. Look at him. See how sleek he is. Look how the hair. Oh, he's going to be a great horse, right?" And Martin said, "I don't want to see a has been or a will be. I want to see a must is, or a now is," right? See, well, that's the kind of joke stuff out of Martin that I always appreciated. All right, is that I don't care nothing about what you were going to do, what you thought you were about, you know. I mean, what are you doing right now, right? And it's that minute thing in terms of the scriptures, right? Is that it's in the now that life is lived.
So anything else about him with the various people around him? Are there any outstanding memories of his relations with people that you would like to leave? Because we've only got a minute or two.
Yeah, Ab. And I'll say it the quick form because I
Right.
think you've heard it in the other form. Is that
Ab meaning Aberneth.
Aberneth, yeah.
You all called him Ab.
Yeah, that's right. Is that is that Ab could have been the leader. I don't know whether I mentioned that today or not, but Ab could have been the leader, and in a time when black people, as we used to say, the only board you could serve on if you were black was the deacon board, right? All right. Here was the biggest thing in the nation, right? Ab could have been it because he had all the connections, but he refused to do it and gave in to Martin, right? The other thing that stands out like that is that everybody, most of the people that surrounded him was older than he, all right? But it didn't get in their way because they knew how bright he was, all right? And his leadership abilities was far beyond anybody else in the group. There was no, and if you notice, when Martin left, it was all over, right? Because he was the only one that could hold everybody together. Right?
You had all those big egos and personalities, and it didn't bother him.
It didn't bother him a bit, right? And Martin, and it wasn't because they didn't have no place else to go. They didn't, but that was not Martin's reason. Martin knew their talents, saw them, and understood with these we can move, and made it happen anyway. Ab also, when we're speaking of people surrounding him, Ab was also his here's where we get to some of those words that we don't want to mention in public, but I mean, the idea, he was the guy, it used to be a very popular word, you know, is it, but Ab settled everything that Martin, so Martin wouldn't have to settle anything that he didn't want, and they didn't see that Martin should settle, they settle, right? It's those a memory of Martin that is always with me when I think like this, right? Is that we would have a party out to his house occasionally, you know, and we'd always end it with singing, and and I can see Martin now sort of rocking back and forth on his heels, right, singing, "There is a balm in Gilead," and I can see him now. I mean, it's just a wonderful kind of thing. The depth of this guy, something that should be known. He started a philosophical organization when he was a senior. I think he was a junior at Boston U, right? He was always there thinking. When you saw Martin, you always know he's thinking. The thing that stood out for me with Martin always is that Martin understood timing. That's the thing that stood out for me with Martin. He understood timing, right? He was never pushed into anything. He never had to back up on anything. He always understood timing, when to move, when not to move, right? When to say things and when to later say them, right? And that's basic to his leadership. I was trying to think of some other kinds of things that would come
That's
to
good.
me right quick, right?
Last thing, just on you
Sure.
personally, looking
Yeah.
back on all of this career
Yeah.
that you've had with Dr. King in the movement and since the movement, you've been involved in a lot of things. What do you think of most about your legacy?
That's one of those questions when you
That you don't want to
rise
get.
to greatness. No, I don't see it. There's only one thing sticks out for me, Doc, that I want to keep on fighting this struggle until I am no longer here, right? The idea is, and I'm sort of using this, is that a great movement, a great people's movement, it's necessary to have it followed with a multiplicity of minor but important issues, okay? Is that, so the movement goes on, right? And you're moving, but it on a multiplicity of fronts now, not on one big front, right? And I think people's movements makes that necessary. See what I mean? That all of that is necessary. You got to put it together. I'm trying to put together an organization right now, and I'll give you an idea, right, of why I'm doing it, right? And I'll say it right quick, right? Is that I want to see that we create up to 1 million black people a year that pass the ACT test at a high level. We got a method to do it right now, doing it all right. Just sent a girl to Princeton that is you only get a 36, she's got 32, right? Is that she's at Harvard level, right? The point is because given the global world in which we live, what we have known as good is not good enough, right? And I think that we will be right back as janitors of the world if we do not solve this problem. I think it's the saving problem. I've come to the conclusion that following freedom always has to have education. Education must always follow freedom. All right, whatever degree of which you gain freedom, it has to be followed with a greater degree of education.
I think that's a great place to leave it.
Okay.
It is, except that I want to go back to the story that you didn't tell. You were talking about the Sunday morning when the parents came to sing to the children
Yeah.
in jail. Will you tell that story?
Oh yeah, I know he knows it, but let's just tell us so you got it on tape, right? Is that the ministers had already decided that they were going to let out church at a certain time, right? And that all their church members were going to march over to the jail, right? When they got there, and they did with all to sing to their children, right? And when they got there, and they didn't undress or redress or anything, right? Just right coming out of church. And when they got there, there was a line of hoses, firemen with hoses there, right? And what's his name? The sheriff, all right?
Bull Connor.
Bull Connor. Bull Connor was there, and when the people came up, he said, "Turn on the hoses, turn on the hoses." And they looked at him, and his people looked at him. They were down on their knees with the hoses, right? But they looked at him as though, what are you talking about? The people prayed, and when they got up is when he said, "Turn on the hoses." The people of God was there. The hoses didn't turn on. The firemen got up and walked away, and the people of God walked forward, and they sang the songs of Zion to their children in the jail.
That was called the Red Sea March because it parted. They just parted.
That's it.
That was Reverend Billups, I think.
That's what I was going to say, is that Billups was the leader. All right? Billups was the one that got down and started the prayers, right? Billups was a friend of mine before the movement. Very few people
Not many
knew
people
Billups.
know him. Could you just mention a word about Billups and we'll stop?
Yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah.
Charles Billups
Yeah,
is his name.
that's exactly right. Let me give you Billups. Billups was a perfectly dressed guy all the time, very thin kind of guy, and he was always immaculate, right? Billups could sell anything, right? And Billups loved the movement. He'd been waiting for something like this. He'd been in the army, all right? He knew about explosives and all that sort of thing, right? But he was really taken in by nonviolence and understanding it and moving with it. He saw it as the answer, right? Billups was so good that he would spend all his time in the movement until the last couple of weeks when he had to turn in all of his sales and stuff. We worked for 2 weeks and have more to turn in. The other guys working for 6 to 8 weeks, right? He was that kind of person. Billups was beaten. One of these little filling stations, there was always Klansmen around there, right? Because they were all part of the same stuff. And they followed Billups one night as he was going home out a road, right? And they cut him off. They tied him to a tree and beat him until he just fell, right? But in the process, after he laid there for about a half hour or so, he thought, right, is the way he tells it, right? And Jim Lawson has written this story up for one of the magazines, by the way, all right, some time ago, right? And Billups lay there, and he came to the conclusion, he said, right, because we talked about it, right? He said he came to the conclusion that it was right off the highway, or road, right? That two-lane road, right? And he decided that if he could get to the road, maybe a car would take him to the hospital. And he crawled out of there until he got over to the road. He saw a car coming, and he tried to wave it down, and it didn't stop. And the next one, he went right out on, he crawled right out on the road. He said, I'm going to die anyway, right? Maybe it'll stop them, and maybe they'll take me to the hospital. And he's on a road that didn't necessarily have all the kindness in it for anybody black, but he did. And the people put him in the car and took him to the hospital, right? And saved his life. Billups was that kind of person. Billups followed the movement to Chicago, right? He worked for one of the stores for a while. They gave him a 5-year pin. He hadn't been there but a year.
He's a
was-
character.
Yeah,
Right? That's
it
great.
It really was. Great
That
guy.
march was May
Yeah,
5th or 6th or 7th, 1963. Let's
he's
stop
got
there.
it. Yeah, just one more line on this, right? Is that when Martin was shot, I heard it on the way home, way to my house, coming from downtown Outer Drive, right, in Chicago, and so as I entered the house, the wife said, "Are you going?" All right, split level thing. I was just going up the side, and she was over there, and I to bed. Is that while I was packing, Billups comes over, right, and Billups says, "Are you going?" And I nodded my head, and he said, "Wait for me." Now, the rest of the Billups part of the story, right? We get out to the airport, and the plane is coming in, right, with the band, with the breadbasket band, and the and so we stand there and talk until we have to go to the plane, right? And when we get to the motel, we go out and pick out the casket. Really, guys weren't waiting for us. We happened to, as we were trying to get to the motel, the guys were leaving, and we jumped in the car with them. We were sitting all up on each other's laps and stuff, right? Because the car was packed, right? And but when Billups got back to the hotel and opened his suitcase, there wasn't anything in it but ties.
He took the wrong suitcase?
No, he was so, frustrated.
Oh.
He just threw stuff in, but he didn't throw anything in but ties.